I think I died. Rip. What happened? I mean, my internet crashed. What was the prediction? My internet crashed. So unfortunately, I had a chance at winning that game too. What did you have a prediction on? What happened? Dang it, dude. I was about to win that game. Yeah, internet crash, internet crash. It has not happened in a while. I thought I figured it out. This internet, so I lagged out of the game too. All of a sudden, like I was looking at my I was looking at the map, and the circle that was doing something kind of froze, and I was like, uh-oh. Looked up at the time. This is the first thing that I look at, and it was frozen at 57 seconds. So I was like, lobby crashed. Looked over, and it was just like drop frames climbing, and I was like, no. It's the worst feeling, dude. Don't worry, he's still camping. Of course. Of course. What a rip. What a rip, dude. We were 100% winning that game. Appreciate you, Joe. If you guys were doing it for the prediction. So I was winning that game. Chilling in that little corner there. I had enough money with the buy station, I think. Enough. Specialist. Gas mask. PDS. Would have been an easy dub. Sometimes, Miz. Sometimes. I don't like wearing it. I've never really worn watches, and I don't really enjoy wearing them. I rage quit, yeah. If you had that on your bingo card. What up, Gak? So we got, what, another couple hours of this, and then we'll jump on into the podcast time. Dang it, man.
Enemy soldier incoming. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Yep, we're gonna watch Chris Williamson and Dr. Mike. They have like a 2.5 hour long one on fat loss.
Grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. Enemy activity will be high. Expect contact early and often.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale.
We're watching it. I'm not doing it. We're just gonna watch it and then pause it periodically, answer questions, talk about stuff like that. A cast pod, exactly. Exactly.
Station right here. Get some intel contract here.
Yeah, I know, blah. I know. Not exactly the most optimal.
reveals the location of the next gas spread. Get it to the designated uplink station for decryption. Hurry up. Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you. The enemy is no longer tracking you.
Coward. Not sure, cholesterol. Not sure. He does podcasts. He's built pretty well. Has like all of the a lot of people use his voice and sayings on like Instagram reels. Base, he says. Dang it, dude.
Established. I want you to secure that area until the upload completes. Gas is inbound.
You love camping out? Heck yeah, dude. I've been trying, Piola. Going good, Asterix. Been trying, dude.
Road secure. Future gas spread coordinates are marked on your tag map. Intel shows a bunker nearby. Eyes up, you hear?
Let's go see if I can trade in anything at this for a specialist. That's worth. That's worth. What up, McCates? What up, A9? I see you, dog. Beautiful. This thing sucks, though. I gotta get it out of my hands ASAP. Specialist is nice. I guess I'll just grab my loadie. And then we'll just go find a spot to chill. I don't think Foresight's happening.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
Nice, another one. I would like 2 of these. What do I trade it for? Probably that.
Moving in. New
And I should probably try to go into that bunker. That might be the play. Let's do it. When I do like old school 7 recons.
Keep your eyes up for prize contracts. You'll earn more for your bag.
I stopped doing that for a little while anyway. I'm trying to get Foresight. which is, I mean, better. Pretty sure there's somebody down here with me. Or not.
Gas is closing in.
Gross.
Intel reveals the location of the next gas spread. Get it to the uplink station marked on your TAC map for decryption before it's too late.
Nerd. Nerd. Hey, ouch. Thank you for the gifted dog. GG's today. If that was you. The camp sniper tower at airport at Verdansk? Yeah, I feel that, dude. They're probably gonna make more than one way up, though. Is my guess. It's not gonna be as broken as before, but still. It'll still be pretty broke, I'd imagine. GG's today, dude. I think we split games. And I think somebody saved my life, to be honest, in the second one, or else you probably would have won both.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Transfer complete. Marking incoming gas spread coordinates on your TAC map.
And that's where we're going. But thank you for the gifted, man. Much love. No, I wasn't able to finish it, Juan. My whole internet crashed on me. I have specialists, so I should be able to see if there's anyone here. There's a guy flying in, that's all I see. There he is.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Oh. Oh my goodness. I don't really want to give him that.
Gas is moving.
Oh, dang it. That doesn't open until I push past a certain spot. I forgot. Whatever. Another one. Obviously was hoping for a foresight there. I already have one, right? Yeah. I'm chilling then. I'm probably just gonna stay down here until I gotta leave.
Our Guardians lost power. Solid copy. Counter UAV running signals interference.
What in the world would I even swap this out for, you know? I don't know where it's gonna end. And I already have a deployable buy. That could backfire, but I'm willing to risk it. And I might rather have one of those, honestly. If it hard shifts over here, then I think I'll trade one of those out for that deployable.
Counter UAV is bingo fuel. RTB
John.
this time. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Yeah, you can shoot it out too, ouch. You can shoot out the zip right when it opens as well. Cluster or shoot. Yep. Because this is America, ZQ. Why don't you? So off-grid is not it? No, off-grid's not it. It's just third person, dude.
Copy that. Longbow 3-1 is on station. Strike inbound.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound.
I don't see a third person PvP ever really being big again. I think Fortnite was the last one. Just third person is like such a turn off of a game mode.
You're losing ground. Move it.
In like the early 2000s and early 2010s, the performance of games in first person was nowhere near what it is right now. So I understand running things in third person back then, but in 2024, you can run first person shooters at 200 FPS at 1440p, and probably even the newer ones can run in like 200 FPS at 4K. Like, there's no reason to run third person in 2024. No reason. So I don't really see a third person game ever really being super successful again, unless it's not PvP. If it's like, magic killing stuff on your own, like a single player game, but it's just third person doesn't really make a lot of sense as far as a game company or a studio coming out with third person anymore. GTA is different. It's not like a PvP, like a shooter game, but a third person shooter. As I think Fortnite is the last successful one.
Solid copy. Mortar strike on the way.
Would I get a 4K monitor if I had a PC that could run it?
No hits.
Splatoon. Dang it, dude. Yeah, but it's not like, that's not the goal of it, Cavarius. GTA is not in the same category as Warzone or Fortnite, it's not in the same category. What up, Alex? What about PUBG being third person? I don't see that being like first person is definitely the play. They're not playing tourneys in third person. I feel like the majority of people are not playing third person. And if they are, I think it's all from one region that's kind of skewing the numbers. But in NA and EU, I'm pretty sure everybody just plays first. Where do we go here? That seems like an okay spot, but I might just leave out the front and wait, and then utilize. Yeah, let's do that.
Get to them first to cash out. Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
The loot seems to stick around a little bit longer now. I wonder why. After a patch at one point, it would disappear so fast. This stuff has been here for a long time. Is it a runaway train? It definitely could be. That's a good call. I just want to leave and be like right here and probably go a little early. And then just balloon to the front. What up, Gap?
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
I mean, I'm just going like right here. So now I gotta see if this guy's gonna chow me from up high or not. No, I think that's him. Almost positive.
You're losing ground. Move it.
No way.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Garbage zone, dude.
Gas is closing in.
Oh, come on, dude. I'm dead. It wouldn't let me throw a smoke, dude. Good play. I messed up. All I needed to do was be able to throw a smoke and it wouldn't let me. Awful circle, by the way. Awful zone. But just having my stupid whatever it's called, bunker buster, killed me there. GG's, Gap. If I don't have that out, I'm almost positive I win. I don't think that guy's killing me if it's like an actual 1v1 fight where I'm prepared for it, but I messed up, so GG's. Portable buy wouldn't have really done anything. Josiah, thank you for the 18 months, homie. Much love. Let's freaking go.
Killing spree.
Let's go, well, let's go. That's just annoying. I hate not being able to use streaks. I don't even think that you should be able to pull the streak out if you can't use it, you know? That don't make much sense to me. Can Black Ops 6 beat the current one? I mean, it doesn't take much to beat the current one, dude. It probably will. As long as there is like D/C- level effort from the studio, it will be better than this. This is F level effort from the studio on Warzone over the past 2 years. So as long as like the slackers that have the jobs now, as long as they care this much, the game will be better. Trey, thank you for 35 months, dog. Much love, homie. Much freaking love, dude. Almost 3 years. I'm just talking about Warzone, Leo. Off the Grid is a crypto scam. I know there's a lot of crypto. It's crypto involved, so I don't see it succeeding. Wreckers, I don't see it succeeding at all. It really was though, Alex. Hey, my dad with 5 more gifted. My dad's going hard, dude. Love you, Dad. Thank you, thank you. Well, you I won on the last gifted one, so now I got to go ahead and win this one, I guess. Dang it. Love you, Dad. Thanks again for the 5. You guys got a gift from my dad today. Please say thanks. Been going crazy. Let's try this. Yeah, I'm not judging the multiplayer, Leo. Not judging the multi.
Objectives marked on your TAC map. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail.
He is, Josiah.
Contractor. Execute contracts to earn payment.
I saw some like meme the other day where it was LeBron standing next to Bronny on the court, and they were just like, LeBron already beat the game. He's out here doing a new create a player. Like, dang it, dude. Literally. Yo, Rat Slayer, thank you for the 2 months, dog. Appreciate that, homie. Let's freaking go. I'm feeling great, Gotti. Feeling great, dude. The training's going really, really well.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You're clear to engage all targets. This intel reveals the location of the next gas spread.
Cut's going really well.
Location marked on your TAC map for decryption before it's too late.
Probably gonna start doing a little bit of like personal training type stuff in a little bit with just a few people that want to do it. Who goes there? Gross. How long has what been? Hey, my dad with another gifted. Let's go, Dad. Love you. Appreciate all the gifteds. You, what time is it? I guess, are you going into work soon? Or today off? I think your days off are what, Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday? Oh, the cut. I'm doing a slow cut. It's not like a super drastic one. So I'm losing like, I don't weigh myself too often, but I'm down to around 206, 207. So I want to get down to probably 195. So the cut could go another couple months. But then I'll be around 10% body fat and pretty lean. So then kind of look the part for the fitness content more than before. Hey, with another one, love you, Dad. Thank you for all the gifted.
Set a perimeter till the transfer
Thank you,
is
thank you. Trying, Sin. Trying, dude. I appreciate that. As I got, I think, a couple more months and I'll be right around 10% or under 10%. And I have a very, like, I don't like to say slow metabolism, even though it is. I like to say efficient. A very efficient metabolism, which I've actually come to enjoy. But it does make things take a little bit longer.
Intel shows a
Unless I want to just completely starve myself. Oh, well, what do you know? So I'm in like a slight calorie deficit right now. And training my butt off. So the workouts are going really, really well. Beast. Or, I mean, controller player that strafed right. That's exactly what it was, dude. A controller player that strafed right that might as well be Biffle at that point. My dad, was that 2 more gifteds? My goodness, Dad. We're about to ban him. Love you, Dad. Thank you. Much love, Sin. No, 10 is very lean, yeah. 10's really lean, but like I said, I'm trying to... I mean, training has been a passion of mine for a while.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
Oh, dang it.
Okay.
I didn't even know where I downed him, dude.
Enemies dropping into the AO. The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there. Gas is moving.
I know he's right here. Nice. Looks like this gun's pretty good. But anyways, what I was saying, trying to get like very lean to where I look the part for the fitness stuff on Instagram and whatnot. Like I was saying, like, fortunately and unfortunately, it's kind of necessary to like absolutely look the part if you're going to be trying to like sell or push anything and have your name behind it. Very rarely do you see somebody who's not in phenomenal shape and like doing really well on that. So I know that I had been there before. I know how to get there. So it's just about putting in the time and effort, which we did and are doing. Never trust a skinny chef. Kind of the same thing. It's like a good and bad thing because there are a lot of people who have just like phenomenal genetics, but almost no like actual knowledge of what they're talking about as far as training goes. Especially people who are younger. And I guess it's not really their fault. It's just they've only had to do one style of training because they have like a naturally low body fat percentage, and then all of a sudden they think that that one style of training that they're doing is like the only right way to train. It just takes time put in to really understand. But then at the same time, like I said, you don't want somebody that is not in shape at all, and then them trying to tell you what to do. You're just kind of, even if they know what they're talking about, you're still just like kind of questioning it. So, like I said, just getting to that body fat percentage that's kind of required to be able to do what I want on the Instagram side of things.
High value contracts are in play.
Nice.
More risk, more reward.
Okay. Rip him. Where are we going? In Millie? Should I grab my shotguns? Maybe. Can I back it up? Oh, you already know I can, dude.
Gas is inbound.
I don't really like this situation that I'm in. I'm gonna take this vehicle. And then where to go? Probably police station. For now. Bar Lasovsky with 3 babies. You and yours as well, man. Much love, Bar. So if a fat old man gives advice about gym stuff, you'd question it because of their appearance? I would listen, right? If they were a power lifter, if they were like pretty chunky, there's a possibility that they could be a strong man or a power lifter, and if I was asking for advice on that, I think they knew what they were talking about. But if they were trying to give me diet advice and they're 100 pounds overweight, they haven't lived it practically at all. So then why in the world would I try to take like advice from them if they've never applied it? That's just kind of what I'm saying with it. It is so, in my opinion, it's a lot more important than, or to have like lived it and like have been obsessed with it than to have knowledge and no application, even if you're trying to teach it to somebody else, because you need to know what the struggles are going to be that people are running into. Everything's not black and white like a textbook. Whereas those people, even if they have a ton of knowledge, it's not as black and white as maybe they think it is, because they've never had to actually apply the lessons that they're trying to teach and know where the hiccups are going to be, or you know, Or if somebody has a bunch of knowledge but has never done it, even training wise, then once again, I'm definitely questioning that. As you should. I think it needs to be a combination of both things. You need to have practically lived it, and then have the knowledge too. Maybe northern.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, 100% Sin, 100%. Just because somebody is out of shape doesn't mean they don't know what they're talking about, but there's such a value in having applied it that's hard to overstate. Also, with how nuanced training and dieting is, you know, it's just, if you, I think the more that you do it, the more you realize that you don't really know much. There's just so much to learn, and what has worked for me, it could do absolutely nothing for you, or maybe not nothing, but you know what I mean? Definitely not the optimal way. There's a lot that goes with it. Not really, Tonio. I don't think there's a very good one here, though. There's... I run like 4 or 5 miles 6 days a week, just and I'll up that as well. Definitely KD. Timber Dance coming back? Heck yeah. It's the best map that they've made so far. Okay, let's see if I got a move here. I would imagine I probably do. I have everything that I need and more here.
Gas is closing in.
I'm gonna want high ground. I'm gonna take this, I think. Or am I? Because it could hard shift off, then I'm gonna want gas. I'm not moving. I ain't moving. I mean, people put in so many more miles than that, Baker. People put in so many more miles than that. I got a long way to go on my running journey, but I'm enjoying it. I never really enjoyed running in my life, and now I actually do. No, outside. Your knees hurt just thinking about it? Well, you gotta strengthen those hips and loosen up those hammies, dude.
Gas is closing in.
Then those knees will stop hurting.
9 left. Keep the pressure on.
For me, it was not really my knees. I've never had knee problem in my life. I still do exercises to strengthen them, but I've never had a problem with them being in pain. For me, it's always been my shins. I would always get shin splints, and my feet. And then I switched to barefoot shoes, and that pretty much fixed it. Going barefoot and having strong feet fixed all of my problems with running. Unironic title, I see. Not sure what you're talking about, dude. No, Dirk. No, I don't run barefoot. I'm saying I used to run barefoot, well, barefoot shoes when I could run on like gravel and like the side of the road, but now I can only road run where I'm at. So it's a little tougher on my feet. And I run in nobles, which is not optimal, but I have no pain when I run in them. but I have run and rucked in barefoot shoes, and I train in barefoot shoes. If I'm not running that day, if I'm not running, I'm always barefoot or in barefoot shoes, always, and it's strengthened my feet a ton. I said over the past year and a half, I've done a lot of rucking in barefoot shoes. Just about strengthening your feet. Still do exercises to strengthen them.
Got gas moving in. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Mortar strike on the way.
Copy that. Longbow 3-1 is on. Located.
I got shot in the back? What? Oh, that's so lucky, dude. Not perfectly saw me through the smoke, but just guessed. That's so lucky. What up, Pete? I like Vivo barefoot. Vivo is my favorite brand of them, but are you ready if you get me? Are you ready if you get me? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not as ready as I'd like to be. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean, that's an awful spot. An awful spot. Well, it's a bad circle, so. Rip, GV. He just got smoked. Hey, Ash. I would say I sprint once every other week. I gotta get a sprint workout in here very soon. I may do it tomorrow. Oh, good shots. He was not happy. He quit so quick. Does Florida have hills to run? Florida is very flat. I think I've driven not all the way through Florida, but in all of my driving, I've driven from the southeast part all the way up to the northwest. I've seen 0 hills. I haven't driven over a single hill. So there's like a little slight, you know, whenever it's going down to the ocean, you might be able to find like a 15% incline. But no, there's no hills here, dude. There's no hills. That's not even about KDJ Party. Not even about KD. If you're entertaining, then I would say it's good to be like a 3-4 KD and entertaining. That'd probably be a good thing. Dang it, dude. I think if I had my sniper there, I'd probably kill that guy too, but whatever. Did my stream cut out? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's a lot easier, Leo, to be in a warm spot when low body fat. What up, Pendinsky? Super different, but not bad. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that it's a bad game. I just don't enjoy third person. No, I do run the mono. I do run the mono on the DTIR. I just rarely run DTIR. I almost always run shoddy snipes just because I can't see anything. As soon as I start shooting a fully automatic weapon. Yeah, 100% Jay. 100%, dude.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Looking like a real team. Word came down. We are green to go. So gear up, grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. Enemy activity will be high. Expect contact early and often.
Gross.
Get this done.
Nothing here that I want to do. Not a single thing. I think I'm gonna go. I don't even know if I'll have time, honestly.
High priority contract is available. Check your tag map for objective location. Gas is approaching on your position. Move to the
Yeah.
safe zone.
I mean, I lived near Miami for a while. I feel like I'd enjoy it a lot more now than I did before, but I still didn't love it.
Primary objective is to eliminate all targets. Secure the supply boxes. Locations are marked on your tag map.
Woo! No way, dude. But you, like, living in South Florida, you just have to be okay with sweating. Like, you're going to sweat. There's no way around it. You got to accept it and dress for the fact that you are going to sweat. Really. So everything's got to be like super light polyester or extremely thin merino. Shorts, t-shirts, hood if you're not if you're super pale. Get something with SPF in it. But as long as you're okay with sweating, it's not bad. Like here in the summer, I know you've heard me talk about it. Every day for months and months and months, it's like probably, I would say at least 3 to 4 months. It is 90 with 90% humidity. What? I got deleted. Oh, I got hit by a, okay. I got hit by a freaking cluster. I was like, there's no way, dude. But yeah, it gets real hot here in the summer. Drink enough water, drink enough electrolytes, get ready to sweat. You'll be fine.
Well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
No, can't skip your cardio, Bad Brown, but you'll sweat a lot. It is what it is. Yeah, I know, I heard that too. Yeah, I can see that, DB. I can see that, dude. That'd probably be the best thing about biking in Florida. What's this? I'll fight for it. Payback.
Intel shows a bunker nearby. Eyes up, you hear?
Payback. Well, I don't know if I finished my last sentence. Good thing about biking in Florida is no hills. I think that's what I was saying. You'll sweat a bunch, but that's fine, and no hills. Nice. Anybody here run marathons? Yeah, not yet for me. Someday. I will definitely run one in the future. I honestly don't even feel like I would be too far away from being able to do one, but I definitely need to make sure that I would get the right running shoes to do it. I would need to find the right shoes, because right now I know that I'm not running in the right shoes. I'm having no pain, so I'm just kind of rolling with it. But gotta correct that at some point. Yo, Addy, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a dope stream. Much love.
Friendly loadout.
Yep. Those got recommended earlier. Snatch. Like I said, I have super wide feet. So I need their wide versions of stuff, but I gotta correct that. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm slowly adding miles. Not even really working on pace right now, but my pacing is improving. Is there anything that I even want, is the question. I loady? And then get here, probably. There's someone down here. I'm doing like 8.5 minute miles today. I know that I did one way faster than that though. But 8.5. It's definitely a slower pace. So I'm not a born runner. That's for sure. I was made for sprinting. We dwarves are built for short distances, you know?
Gas is moving.
At some point here soon, I'll give you guys a mile time. Like, I'll run as fast as I can for a mile and see what I can get. I have a feeling I can get sub 7. Maybe faster than that. After today, I have a lot of confidence I can get faster than that.
Black site is secure. All clear. UAV is bingo fuel. RTV at this time.
And we're heading on up. Said Usain Bolt. Dang it, dude. Then we'll see. At some point, I'll get a 1 mile time in, just so I have a reference.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
What? Heck yeah, dog. Let's go, Quinn. Are you serious?
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Contractor. Complete contracts to secure payment.
These nerds, dude. These nerds.
Gas is closing in.
Just to make sure that I don't get snuck up on over there. Yeah. Chilling for. Oh, hey. Heck yeah. I did not, ouch. I did not. A 5K and 28 flat. That's yours. So that's the 9-minute pace, a little bit more. Heck yeah, dog. What do we got going on over here? Ash Queen is saying there's a cheater in cargo. Self-res? Oh, good call.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive.
Didn't even think of that. Wait. That would have been bad if I would have forgotten that. Yeah, I feel you, Kruger. Like I said, for me, not a linebacker, but a running back. Not a linebacker, but a running back. Where are you?
Fuck you.
Gas inbound. Zone located. Solid work evading the enemy. Clear for now.
We're just breaking spirits today, man.
All stations, a jailbreak is active.
Oh, that was on.
Kill him and Jaro. Kill Tascrovy. Kill Apocalypse. Killionaire. Killing spree.
Heads up, jailbreak is active.
Let's go. Is there somebody there? No, not that I notice. Nerd. Nerd. Danimal, thank you for the 43, man. Much fucking love to you. Let's go, babe. I'm just chilling here because I'm next to the zip. But I'm pretty sure there's a guy over here that I need to kill if I want to leave smoothly.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
He ain't coming back. Okay, 10 kills is a little too high for me. It's a little too high.
Kill catastrophe. Kill apocalypse. Killionaire.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Cash out. Loadout drop headed your way.
It's the same thing, dude. The exact same ending that we had the other day. Is it not? I'm just gonna go here. Do I throw the deployable buy here is the question. I think I do.
You got gas moving in. You have a buy station inbound. 10 remaining. Keep pushing. Friendly buy station is ready.
Yeah. Trying to shoot out those tires.
Oh, you
Not sure why he is so upset. He should do the same thing to me.
Copy. Mortar strike inbound now.
Ooh. Oh, he jumped over it.
Closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Let's get 2 balloons and play right here, or be the last alive right here with 1 balloon. Come on.
You're in the top 5. Bring home the win.
No effect on target.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
They're not in there. This just sucks all the way around, man. Another just trash zone.
Gas is inbound. Enemy buy station deployed.
Dang it. I tried, dude. Nope. No! No! I tried. It would have been cool. This guy didn't even know I was there, I don't think, dude. Dang it, dude. Dang it, dang it. Oh, we'll see who wins. Trash zones. Holy cow. This is like the second time that I've had a zone end here
Gas is
in the past
inbound.
couple hours.
New safe zone.
And there's zero reason a zone should ever end here. This is as bad as it gets. How did I survive that? I don't know.
Put the shot.
I hate this zone. Wow. Off the grid. Off the grid's not it because of third person. Other than that, it's not bad. You robbed a win from me. What? I don't think so. Doesn't mean I robbed a win from you. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Were deployable buys and Verdansk? No, definitely not. No, it's the off the grid. It's not a. It doesn't seem like a bad game, right? The game itself is not bad. It's unique. I think it's kind of cool. The problem is it's third person, dude. Third person games are done. Fortnite will be the last successful one. Mark my words. The last successful third person PvP game, where it's mainly just PvP, not GTA, where that's just like that's so much bigger than PvP. If it was first person, I'd probably be playing it right now. So I think the game itself is pretty solid. But third person, it's 2024, you know? Stop making third person shooters. You're not marking those words? No, you better mark them. Timestamp it. I think Delta Force is coming out with a BR. If it's coming out with a BR, I'll definitely give that a shot.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment.
Definitely. There's gonna be another Gears. Yeah, but I don't think Gears PvP will ever be like big again. It was big back in the day, but I don't see it being huge again going forward. And I'm not saying like a third person PvE. That's totally fine. That's totally different. But a third person PvP, no. Fortnite's the last one. IMO.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Let's get this shit done.
But Gears did a pretty solid job of it, I thought, back in the day.
Lines.
Much love, Max.
Grab your chutes.
But kind of what I've been saying about it is back in like the 2000s and early 2010s, the especially the older gen consoles, which most people were playing on, and the computers at the time, you weren't able to run first-person shooters in 1440 resolution at 200 frames, you know? Now we can do that, not easily, but like I don't have the newest rig out there and I'm running it at 1440 pretty consistently at like 180 to 200. There's no reason to ever play anything but first person. If you can run those graphics, why would I play third person? So it makes sense back in the day to run third person because everything seems so much smoother in a third person perspective. But not in 2024, dude. Give us first person or give us death. People have brought up Tarkov quite a bit, Stars, as you know. I don't know.
Eliminate all targets in the AO. This intel reveals the location of the next gas spread. Get it to the uplink station marked.
Extraction shooters have not piqued my interest.
Good signal. Secure the area until the upload is complete.
Probably Foresight. We'll see. It'd be nice to have Foresight that last game. I would have played here. I was debating going on either one, and I just couldn't decide. Kind of asked for it then, huh?
Future gas spread coordinates are marked on your TAC map. You got gas moving in. Intel shows a bunker nearby. Eyes up, you hear?
You guys have fun. You guys have fun up there. Called it. Ouch, called it.
Marked up all safe zone locations on your TAC map. Active or not.
Now, I already got one. Now I just need a specialist out of the trade-in station. Imagine it's the first one. I mean, I'll take my reclaimer, sure. I think the MTZ is better. TTK wise, could be wrong. Jeez. Can't really swap this out for anything. I'm good. Don't need to either. Now, oh, dude, what is up with this? Nearly identical zone. My goodness. The third time today. Yes. Come on, specialist. Come on. Best case, dude. Hey, my mom with the 62 months. Love you, mom. Thanks for like giving birth to me and stuff. Love you, miss you. DDM4, chat. Let's go, man.
Loadout drop inbound. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
What did I trade that out for? Okay. What's that?
Keep your eyes on your prize contracts. You'll earn more buck for your bang.
And we're off. We're just gonna play top down. Is really all that we can do here. I don't really, I mean, I could go down underneath, but we'll see.
Gas is closing in.
Who goes there?
Flashlight secure. Good work.
You shouldn't have gone there. Oh, it's Sincere. Two Gulag tokens on that guy. Go blue, baby. Go bunker. I'm debating it. I don't know yet though, because top down could be pretty strong too. But bunker, like leaving the bunker is going to be the hardest part, you know. I guess I could sneak out on this side, maybe go around, but I feel like playing up here might be the play. You, soldier. You. I mean, we almost have the same number of losses this season. Even though it's completely different worlds of teams that we're on.
Enemy soldier incoming.
We're chilling.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
No, it's mine. Ouch, it's mine. It's my half keyboard always disconnects. Is bunker the best kill streak? Bunker or cluster. Cluster endgame is such a nightmare because it's so unpredictable and covers such a wide like area. And I feel like if you're a good player, you have to watch out for clusters even more. I think that they added a skill-based element, but who knows?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
My goodness, dude. Sorry, HX. Oh. Dang it, dude. Miss, 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 miss. Okay. He's got to redeploy. How long before this guy sends it out, you think? What's a TV series that I really enjoy watching? I don't really watch much.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Oh, much TV right now. I enjoy the Lord of the Rings though. I enjoy the Lord of the Rings series for sure.
Heads up. An enemy squad marked you as a bounty target.
Other than that, I'm enjoying sports ball. American football, basketball starting up soon, MMA. That's really all that I watch. Other than that, I'm either sleeping, training, or streaming, or on dad duty. Am I gonna watch the Penguin? Probably not. Baseball? No, not for me. It brings the power, yeah. For season 3, yeah, it's gonna be dope. I thought season 2 was good. Season 2 I thought was really good. A lot of people dislike season 1 of Rings of Power. I didn't think it was bad at all. It just, the best way that I like to look at it is, it's not going to be like the greatest one season show you've ever seen. That is 1883 or whatever that show is, in my opinion. That's my favorite one season show ever. But in 10 years, when Rings of Power has like 5 seasons and you can just binge it over like a week, that is where the brilliance of the show I think is going to really like shine, because it's telling a pretty dope story, and I like the characters that are being introduced. You think you know what's going on, you don't. Like, it's got good stuff. Definitely solid. In a little bit, Snowman. In a little bit. Probably after this game. Yeah, I liked Breaking Bad the first time I watched it. I couldn't watch it again, but I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it. Okay, still chilling.
Gas is moving.
Did I like the show's first season though? Rings of Power? Yeah, like I said, I thought it was pretty solid. I just wanted more. That was the biggest downside, is I just wanted more. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. For me, like, as soon as I'm uninterested in something, I'm just done with it. So for me, if there's something that I watch and I want more of it, that's not like a negative. Even though I can see why it could be. I'm not Worm Pie.
Enemy soldier incoming. tracking you. You lost them.
Lexi, is that you? I don't want to have to do it to you. We can be friends. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, fine, I'll let you live.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. No more fighting in the gulag. More risk, more reward. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Friendly buy station deployed.
I'll let you live.
Deployable buy station is available.
I'll let him live. You don't get it, dude.
Got gas moving in.
Really? That guy's got to be underneath, right? Yeah.
UAV is exiting the AO.
¡Ay, puto de mierda!
Bro, I mean, I was gonna let him live. He shot at me. You know?
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. A couple contracts out there have increased payouts. Get to them first to cash out.
That'd be annoying.
Gas is closing in.
Right, shield.
Only 10 left. UAV is bingo fuel. RTV at this time.
You lived? Freaking kidding me, dude?
Four remaining. Stay sharp.
He's right here.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Longbow 3-1, target acquired.
Gas is inbound.
Wrong thing.
That's a win. Way to take what's yours.
That was a little bit more stressful than it needed to be there.
Kill catastrophe. Kill apocalypse.
See ya. Pardo, thank you for the 21 months, dog. Much love to you, homie. Let's freaking go. Let's get it, baby.
Got your pods. Inbound now.
Let's get it.
Up and stand by.
I missed Stars with the 10 months as well. Appreciate you, Stars. Thank you, homie. You are not seeding. No. Ouch with the prime. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the gift earlier, too. You're dope.
Dancing with
Did I change the audio? I have FPS Hub audio.
talking about. Let's review.
FPS Hub audio is what I have.
Good skill to have.
Could have been a band wave. I'm not sure.
Let's put the wicket. Let's get back to work.
Hard fought, yeah. Definitely. I had the wrong gun out there, which made it harder. When I jumped up on the wall, I wanted my shotty. I was just looking for chip damage. I wasn't trying to, you know, headshot him when I jumped up. Okay, time for podcast time. No glint on the thermal. Beautiful. Give me a sec. I was pretty stoked about this podcast. I started it before streaming. I was like, you know what? After like 4 or 5 hours of solos, I'm down to just boot this up and listen to it. That's what we're doing. Oh, dang it, dude. This stupid... I have to like unplug and replug in. Hoping that it's right at the top. It is not, of course. There we go. Boom. I'm not signed into my YouTube, so we're gonna see how good their ads are. And here we go.
Tight head.
I think most people, when they get lean, they become more attractive. I become less because my grotesquity of my whatever this is more revealed.
Someone commented on our last episode saying that watching Chris and Mike talk to each other is like seeing two alien head races meeting for the first time. I think it was a
Decent volume, I assume.
Alien reference.
Looks like
Which
it.
one am I?
I'm Predator because of this ledge. I have,
do
a,
have
I have
a
a
ledge.
prominent. I have a prominent.
Dr.
brow.
Mike is amazing, by the
Could've been
way.
a good wrestler. That's good in wrestling.
Yeah,
Rub it
you
into people's
stick it in your
face.
face. Okay, you are Mr. Science Man, Dr. Science Man.
We're
of
watching one and talking about it,
exercise
Stars.
and getting jacked.
And Monk.
Our last episode is fantastic. Everyone should go and check
So
that
I talk
out.
a
Today,
lot about
I want to talk
in
about
like
how to
during
lose fat.
stream.
People can get
um,
jacked, but if you're not that
You know,
lean,
fat
getting
loss,
jacked
muscle
kind of
building.
isn't as
He
good as it could be
explains
if you're a
this
bit more
very,
lean.
very well,
So
especially in like
today,
the first
I want
10
to
minutes.
do
So I won't do much talking at the
one-stop shop,
beginning.
Ultimate breakdown, fat loss. What is the fundamental physiology when it comes to fat loss?
So if you download the RP Diet Coach app, it actually makes tiny little app molecules that go into your bloodstream and make you happy and lean.
It's
No,
funny
wait,
too.
The plug was supposed to be for later. The fundamental physiology of getting leaner is a question of sort of what is your body fat there to do? And your body fat there is there to do a few things for you. It lubricates your joints. It provides some of the architecture to your cell surfaces, etc. But adipose tissue is a subcategory of all of your body fat. And it's designed a little bit to protect internal organs and some other things like that. But it's mostly designed as an energy reservoir because in our evolved ancestral timeline, everything up until modernity, food availability was predictably intermittent, which means you had some food today, maybe a lot of food. Maybe the tribe killed a mammoth or something. And if you could only eat what was there and then you got full and then you were like, meh, and you kind of buzzed off, then the day after, it's rotting mammoth and you can't eat it anymore. And if you didn't gorge yourself like crazy and have somewhere to put that mammoth stuff,
Yeah, Snowman.
then in the next maybe 2 weeks that you didn't get a lot of food, some fraction of the people with that particular kind of adaptation that wasn't prone to or physiologically, anatomically able to store excess energy away was just going to die. And their ancestors would not have and did not reproduce, which is why all extant humans today have the ability to store adipose tissue as a reservoir for calories, energy that we can use for later because of
I
that
didn't think about the way that he's
predictable
explaining it
calorie
earlier too. I
availability.
was just like, oh, I love that,
It's
dude.
curious that we're talking about
Makes
how
sense.
to lose fat. Notice we're not talking about how to gain fat because we're really already super good at that. You've got a lot of seminars for people about how to get someone to work harder. How do I improve my diligence? Have you ever been to a laziness seminar? It would be absurd. Some people need it for sure. You and I probably do.
Yes.
But for most people, it's like, well, just like that's the default state. So for most people, the ability to gain body fat is default precisely because evolution has designed us to be damn good at that, precisely because we used to be intermittently starving. So when you get a bunch of food in you, it goes to a few places. The first place, once the food exits the GI tract that it goes, is the bloodstream, broken down into various molecules. Amino acids, which are the subcomponents of proteins, carbohydrates, typically glucose, fructose, as well as various parts of fat. And there's some places for them to go. Some of them just go through the bloodstream and get absorbed by all the various cells of your body. I mean, your brain cells need food, your liver cells need food, every cell needs food. And they just go and are used right in the cell right there. Some of those molecules of food, so to speak, are used to raise your blood sugar enough so that, you know, if you don't have food for the next 15 minutes, you're not just going to drop over dead or something like that. Still another part can go into putting a little bit of fat into your skeletal muscle. Your skeletal muscle inside of itself has a little bit of fat reserve, which is cool. It serves some cool functions. It's not a lot of reserve. And still another part, and there's a couple of parts I'm sort of skipping for conciseness to a little bit, is mostly carbohydrate gets loaded as what's called glycogen. And that's just a lot of carbohydrate, and it's stored in your liver, and a lot goes to your skeletal muscles, which is why when you mega cram in a bunch of carbs, the next day you kind of look beefier and like, what the hell is going on? Because that glycogen brings in another roughly 3 grams of water for every gram of carbohydrate you bring in. So it really gets you going. But that's all measured in the hundreds to several thousands of calories that you can put away into your body. If that's all you were capable of, you'd be unreal lean all the time, and in our ancestral environment, dead in a few days or emaciated from muscle loss. So once you fill all the calorie needs for the moment, you have to put the calories somewhere else. Once your glycogen stores are relatively full, they don't accept any more food. Your muscles, unfortunately, technically don't act as a reservoir of excess calories or amino acids. Wouldn't that be sweet? You just like eat a ton of Thanksgiving dinner and you just wake up with that much more jacked.
Yep.
Where it goes, for the most part, in that excess number of calories eaten that isn't attending to your, let's say, daily needs, is it goes to your adipose tissue, your subcutaneous and intra-abdominal layers and layers of body fat. Now, this tissue is specifically designed to do mostly one thing, which is take any kind of calorie, transform it, and it gets transformed in various places, including in the fat cells themselves, into very easy to store fats. So you can eat proteins. They generally don't get converted to fat super simply, but they can displace other food, and then that food gets converted to fats. Carbs get converted to fats, and fats need only minimal modification for transport and storage. And now everything basically vectors into fat. That fat gets stored into fat cells, and there it chills. It's got metabolic activity. It's got a ton of hormonal activity, but fat stores, adipose tissue, isn't nearly as metabolically active as most other tissue. It's like a fuel tank, more or less. And there your fat sits. Now, if you keep eating a lot of food over and over, your body's like, man, I know that famine's coming soon, but not today, baby, because we're packing it in. And it turns out one of the reasons why humans are able to get unbelievably fat in many cases is because there was really no selective pressure in evolution for a top-end limit of too much fat. How you would evolve that selective pressure is you would have to have humans evolve for at least thousands of years in an insane food abundance environment. And then the people that got cardiovascular disease or were mobile or found unattractive by mates because they were too fat, they would winnow out, and eventually everyone would kind of look like, I don't know, the average Nigerian person who's just stripped to bits for no reason and just got it all.
Isn't that
right?
so true, dude?
So
I said the best genetics in the world are in Africa.
Your fat's kind of like a super welcoming giant corporate hotel. People check in and it's like, we got room for you, no problem. More people check in, it's like, hey, build another side of the hotel. It builds another side, and it just keeps going. So the question is, on fat burning, how do we get the guests to check out of the hotel? And there's really only one way to do it, and that is stop sending guests in or send in less. Because if you have a situation where you're eating a certain amount of food and it's fulfilling only your daily needs, what we call maintenance calories, your body fat doesn't get re-upped, and then it just stays the same.
I'll answer questions in a little bit.
Grow because
I like to pause it periodically.
Being shuttled for it to grow. If you eat less than maintenance, let's say 250 calories less than all of your body processes need to keep you doing whatever you're doing, that 250 calories is going to have to come from somewhere. And your body's like, hey, listen, no problem. And it goes around, sort of by analogy, as an index. It's all the board meet, all the board is together, and the CEO is like, all right, nervous system, what are you doing with your calories? He's like, dude, I need to run the whole body. Are you crazy? Like, okay, we're not going to break down the nervous system for calories. That's insane. Muscular system, it's like, dude, I'm doing stuff. Now, we'll get to this later, but if you exercise a lot and you train with weights, the muscle's like, bro, I need all of this. Leave me alone.
This is why, like, I am not worried on cuts if you're training hard about losing muscle tissue, especially, like, you could easily test it with, are you recovering? Yes or no? You know, your body's not breaking down muscle. It's not efficient, especially if you have fat stores to break or to utilize. Muscle is not what your body wants to use. It wants to preserve that and build it as much as it can. How do we know that our muscles would just use more calories, like Jackson said? How don't we know? Because I'm pretty sure it's never happened. The longest time I've gone without eating, like a fast, like 30 some hours. Yeah, very, Pete. 100% soldier.
If you're sedentary and there's nowhere to go for calories, yeah, your muscle can be used for breakdown, but it's not super efficient to do that. It'll go to your organs, stomach, liver, brain, etc. This is important stuff. And then it goes over to body fat. Hey, body fat, what are you up to? It's, well, nothing at all. Why? What's wrong? You got any calories? What are you doing with them? And it's like, nothing. Give it up. And then so your body fat will release calories through various digestible forms of fat into your bloodstream. They will go wherever they're needed. And then that will supply that deficit. It'll fill up that deficit for you. So as measured internally in your body as a whole, you're at maintenance. But for your fat stores, you're at a severe deficit. And over hours and days and weeks and weeks and weeks, the amount of fat you're storing starts to winnow down. Your body's still operating pretty well. And that's fundamentally how you lose body fat, by creating a calorie deficit.
So do calories matter? And if they matter, why do so many people say that they don't matter?
Dr. Mike's the best, dude.
I'm on a pre-contest right now, a few months out from some bodybuilding shows. So I'm trying to channel my kindness attitude, more difficult than usual. So calories are the thing that matters the most in fat loss, writ large, period, end of conversation. Calories always mattered among people who study physics and thermodynamics, on the whole, among actual nutritionists that go to school for nutrition, physiologists, medical doctors, researchers. Do calories matter or not was never a question that was asked because it was answered in like 1910 or something like that. There are two kinds of people that say calories don't matter. One group are well-meaning people who have noticed something. They've noticed that when they started to exercise, they've noticed that when they started to eat certain types of foods and not others, that their body changed pretty rapidly. And they noticed that they weren't counting calories, but because they were eating a diet high in fibrous vegetables and lean meats, they didn't have to. They just kept losing weight. Maybe they've had hormonal trouble in the past. Thyroid hormone was low. They got thyroid hormone fixed up through exogenous medication. All of a sudden, things are going great. Testosterone replacement therapy, and so on and so on. They didn't try to track their calories. They didn't try to lower their calories, and they lost fat. So these very well-meaning people, it's totally understandable how they could think, well, geez, I mean, calories matter, I guess, the science book says. But I never tracked my calories, and I lost a ton of fat. How do you explain that? And there's not really a mystery in the scientific community about how to explain that. Your expenditure went up, maybe a little bit. Your intake went down, maybe a little bit. The combination of those two created a net calorie deficit. And that's like 99.9% of the way that anyone ever loses fat. That's really what's going on. Does that mean you have to count your calories? No. Does that mean if you had diets before where you count calories and you really struggle to do it and it doesn't work and you're like, calorie counting is stupid, you try to keto diet, you get a massive reduction in appetite, a bunch of your favorite cheat foods you can't eat because they're not keto, you lose a bunch of weight and you're like, see, it was hormones, it was keto, it was never the calories. Well, actually it was always the calories, but the keto diet allowed you to get into a calorie deficit so powerfully that you didn't even.
This guy's not a wrestler. He's a doctor.
Never going to make it back to what you could only do with potato chips and ice cream.
It's Dr. Mike.
So that's the group one that is understandable.
Who's trying to be a
Group
professional
two
bodybuilder too, or already is. I don't even know.
Range anywhere from honestly misinformed folks that have noticed these changes in themselves and have created digital products and YouTube channels to help other folks figure things out, all the way through sociopathic charlatans.
Heck yeah, Njoko.
Maybe know what's really going on and
Same.
maybe don't, but don't care. And they'll tell you calories don't matter, calorie counting is a myth, because they, some combination of truly believe that to be the case erroneously, or they have no true beliefs. They're just, there's no soul in there, and they'll say whatever the hell they have to get that bottom line for their corporation to go up. Dr. Oz type of people. So a lot of the calorie balance is a myth. Comes from
not
those
a pro yet.
Second groups of people that make digital content and say these things.
Which is very difficult to do, to be fair.
Taken quite well by that first group of people that's like, well, yeah, that's what I've noticed in my life. And that's how you have that continuation of that insane, totally bonkers, upside down myth.
So certain changes that people can make with the choice of foods that they have has a downstream consequence on the amount of food that they eat, and also perhaps the way that they feel, the amount that they move around, Perhaps it's tied in with a more overall change of, I'm going to care about health and I'm going to eat more meat and whole foods and stuff. And that means that maybe they take the stairs a little bit more. And this combination of a reduction of hyperpalatable calorie-dense foods on the front end and maybe a little bit of a change on the back end means reliable weight loss over the longer term. This creates fertile ground for magic foods. This is a food that'll burn fat. This is the thing that you need to eat or shouldn't eat or whatever. And that is then sort of slotted into by, that's the fuel is provided to a very sort of dry heap of potential grass that can then be set ablaze by
arsonists of the human mind.
Arson about.
Charlatans.
Arson about.
Yeah, that's very well put.
Okay. Do you have to count calories in order to be successful? If calories are the most important thing that matters, is it mandatory that everyone needs to track calories?
For sure, in a
to lose
joke.
body fat?
Great question. It is no more mandatory
It's hilarious, Dazza.
to count calories in order to lose fat than it is to count your money in order to become wealthy. If your input stream on money is like the Gucci brand level, you don't have to count it. You just have to like forklift the cash into a warehouse or something. God knows what those people do with their money, right? And then, of course, burn it because you're that rich. You don't need the money. So if you are losing weight, you look leaner.
Need to count them, Lion. Need
better
to.
and better and better. But you don't count calories, don't you dare start. God bless you. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Keep it up. You feel better. Everything's awesome. Don't even worry about looking at a label of counting calories. But if you're not losing weight, you're trying a certain kind of diet. You gained a pound last month. And you want the ultimate, almost never but for weird body water issues, been defeated hack. Counting calories is going to get you there. It is unequivocal. Because if you understand what your maintenance calorie level is, very well, by taking a few weeks to just get to know what you're eating.
We've talked about that a fair amount.
The RP Diet Coach app, you can do that with. You can do it with MyFitnessPal. You can do it with Macro Factor. Tons of great apps to do that with. You get a feel for your maintenance. Because like if you eat a little bit less, you start losing weight. You eat a little bit more, you start gaining. And after a while, it looks like this just kind of like, yeah, it looks like 2,500 calories like right around my maintenance.
Sell your digital creations on Shopify. From teaching templates
Not
for
interested
your
in
classroom
Shopify, dude.
to photos of
Can't
four-legged
even
friends,
see my...
cooking
Whoa.
tutorials for matcha muffins.
And you want to lose weight. You take anywhere between, and I can get on the specifics here, roughly 250 calories per day to 750 calories per day, depending on a few factors. Chunk that right out, and you watch the magic happen. But if you never count calories, and you're not losing weight, the mystery factor is a big deal. Another quick analogy. Let's say you're Elon Musk, and you're counting your billions or whatever he does in his spare time. Just kidding, he doesn't have spare time. And you have a rocket that you're launching, and it takes off and shoots through the atmosphere. Do you have to calculate a thrust-to-weight ratio and see that it's positive? No, it's in fucking space. Of course it's positive. But if it doesn't leave the platform after a nice 30-second burn, you got to start calculating stuff. It's like, are we off by a rounding error, or are we off by an order of magnitude? Because the whole engine could be the problem, or it could be like, oh, Bob
Anyone
didn't do
know
this
what
with
his degree is in?
So calorie balance doesn't have to matter. It always matters under the surface, but you don't have to count calories if the times are good. If the times are confusing and you're like, what the hell? I'm trying to eat healthy and I'm not losing weight. It's time to give calorie counting a shot.
Knuckle down. What about weighing yourself? How frequently should people do it? What's the way that you advise them
Yes,
to?
I love him, dude.
Blah, blah.
I love him.
Multiple times a day for your self-esteem. No, wait. That's just what I do. Is it good or bad? It's always bad. There are definitely many apps that can help you track your weight. RP Diet Coach app does that. A whole bunch of them do. I'm here pimping the app all the time. I just want people to know we make a great app, super high quality product. It is not the only great app. There's tons of other awesome apps. If you are maintaining and living an awesome, healthy life, you're not trying to lose weight or fat, I would say you can weigh in from somewhere between never to once every month or 2 weeks. Why do I say that? Because sometimes you have like a real holiday season, not just
PhD in exercise science.
Pre-Thanksgiving, you go to 4 or 5 other people's Thanksgivings, you go to your own Thanksgiving. Christmas isn't like a day. We know how it works. It's like work Christmas, leisure Christmas, your buddies, blah, blah, blah. And January rolls around and you're like, I feel fine, but kind of a little, a little kind of fluffy. If you weigh yourself every 2 weeks to a month, just as a normal, healthy human, you can notice, like, damn, I gained 7 pounds.
Nice, Hank.
And that can give you the hint to go, you know what, let me clean my shit up.
I'm going to dial it in a bit.
Yeah. And that just means like easing up on the junk food for the next 2 or 3 weeks. You're chilling with your wife at home. Friday night, she's like, pizza? You're like, sushi? She's like, yeah.
So it's just an early warning system.
That's it. Why do I say that? Because an unreal number of people, I mean, literally millions of people in the modern free countries of the world in which food is excessive, almost no one just wakes up one day and they're like, 400 pounds? How the hell? It goes up by a few pounds here and there. And if they don't catch it until 6 months later when they see their doctor, it's a 15-pound problem. Now, you do need the RP Diet Coach app because this is a meat and potatoes problem. But if it's 3 to 7 pounds, 2 or 3 weeks of just cleaning up your eating and making sure to get your physical activity up a little bit, you kibosh it and it's just not there, and you go back to living your best life, weigh yourself every few weeks. 2 weeks later after that, you can weigh yourself. You're even lighter than you thought. Hell yeah, pizza tonight. So it's good to keep your eye on it. Now, if you're actively in a fat loss diet, weighing yourself at least once a week is a real good idea. It's probably not the best idea because water weight fluctuations can give you a ton of error. Let's say you stuck to your macros 100%. All the proteins, carbs, fats, and calories you were supposed to eat.
I'll start somewhere, Kodiak.
You always weigh yourself on Monday. But a part of those macros
No worries, dog.
was you made an omelet and you sprinkled some fat-free cheese on it, and you like salt. You're a salt person. Sometimes when people eat a lot of salt, it makes them thirstier.
For sure, Hank.
And then some people will have that salt in that water and they'll retain a little bit of that. And maybe you have an element to drink too because they're delicious and they're good for you. And you have a couple elements and, well, it's another 3,000 milligrams of salt. You wake up the next day, and even though tissue-wise, if you had an MRI scanner, which I own 6 in my home as a trillionaire, one of them's just for show, by the way. It's not even plugged in. Isn't that absurd? So that's the one I show to people. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission does not know about that one. So you have a situation where, in reality, you lost 1.5 pounds of fat last week. Everything about your diet and training is set. Don't you change a thing. But because you had excess salt just randomly.
Wouldn't you, Pete?
It looks like you gained 1.5 pounds because you only weigh in once. And all you have is a week point of data. So you have one data point. You have a whole week. You're like, all right, did I get bloated from last night? Or what the hell is going on? And then you cut your calories even more. And I'm sure we'll get to this later, but if you cut your calories way more than the recommended amount for a long time, you develop an excessive amount of diet fatigue. And then that can really put a spoke in your wheels for sustainability of your fat loss. It's nothing you want to do. So our recommendation at RP is generally weigh yourself 2 to 3 times a week. 7 days a week is totally fine, but there's nothing magical about it. So if you're going up somewhere, you know, if you're a New Yorker and you go to the Hamptons for a weekend, my word. I mean, who's still poor enough to go to the Hamptons? Am I right? And you're like, oh, I'm not going to have a scale in the Hamptons. Is that a problem? Absolutely not a problem. Your 5 days that you were weighing are totally great. But, you know, if you go a week without weighing yourself, yeah, you're kind of in the dark, and it could have been a good week, could have been a bad week, never can tell. So a few times a week, all the way up to every day, is totally fine.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. I have been
love Dr. Mike, and that's exactly why I wanted to do it, Aaron. We talk about this kind of stuff all the time, and having somebody of his
is the
his specialty, being able to kind of like break it down really well.
Ultra. The Pod 4 Ultra can
I figured we kind of benefit everybody who's interested to it.
20 degrees below room temperature.
Hey, let's go, Jimmy.
Cool.
Yeah,
and for those of you who snore heavily, it can detect your snoring and automatically lift your head a few degrees to improve your airflow and stop it. This is your 3,000.
He does break it down so well. It's very easy to listen to him and makes a lot of sense.
Up to 1 hour more of quality sleep every night. Best of all, they ship to the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Europe, and Australia. You can get $350 off the Pod 4 Ultra by going to the link in the show notes below or heading to 8sleep.com/modernwisdom using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's EIGHT.
One of the very few ceramic
/modernwisdom.
That's not really like trying to sell something.
What or how much?
Even though he is pushing his app, but that's just to help people.
Your body getting accustomed to a particular weight that you sit at and not liking to change too much from that one.
Yeah, it's a good
This was a good point here too.
The modern interpretation I'm most familiar with is now called settling point theory. Now, because I'm a dogmatist for science, I don't like that it's called theory. Theory is reserved for interconnected frameworks of facts well supported by evidence, evolution, gravitation, etc. Even the standard model in theoretical physics isn't called a theory, but it's way more predictive than settling point theory by 10 orders of magnitude. So the settling point model or hypothesis says there's not one set point that your body's supposed to be. You weren't born to weigh 200 pounds, and doesn't matter what happens, you always trend back to 200. What it says is there's a couple of inputs to how much you weigh, and given that they are of certain values, you're going to settle temporarily in a certain weight range. For example, let's say you live a lifestyle where you go out to eat twice a week, you have certain meals you prep at home, you train a certain number of times, you get a certain number of steps. If those things are rather constant, you might...
Well, we gotta pause it here, dude. Jammy dropping the frickin' 20 bomb. Also, besides the thank you to Jammy for the frickin' 20, we also got to give a congratulations. No, my internet's skipping. Okay, we're back. Got to give a congratulations to Jammy as well, who went from 315 down to 240 and on his way to under 200 here. So congrats to you, man. Thank you so much for the super generous 20 for years of content. Heck yeah, grateful for that, man. Once again, nutty. 20 is insane. Super grateful for you. So congrats to you. Keep it up. Keep grinding. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. And grateful you're here. So again, thanks for the crazy 20 bomb. You're nuts, man. To 200 and beyond. Let's freaking go, dude.
Weigh 200 pounds.
Let's go.
If we put you in a food
Thank you, Alex, for the gifted to Jammy. Much love, y'all. To kind of like give a little bit of context to this one too. Once again, Jammy, nutty, grateful for you. Freaking congrats. Thanks, Alex, for the gifted. He's talking about like how I would say, I've said this before too, how my body just likes to be around like 190, 200 pounds. That's like a comfortable weight. He's saying that idea that there's a weight that your body likes to be at is a complete myth. So that was kind of interesting to me. So, and he kind of explains it here.
Let's see. What's the most obesogenic food environment? Cruise.
America.
The United
Never too late. Let's go, baby.
Anytime I'm anywhere in the world and someone jokingly talks smack about the U.S., I always have the same joke back. And it's old as hell, but I love to overuse it. I go over, I'm like, do you see that over the horizon over there? Like I'm in Sydney. You just look over the harbor and they're like, no. I'm like, that is U.S. aircraft carrier battle group. God damn it. It can end your country in 5 minutes. Woo! And then they do Texas thing, do the gunshots. So in any case, the U.S. is the best. That's why we're here.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, it's biggest, at least.
Well, yeah. Well, it's actually, so funny enough, the U.K. just overtook us, I believe, in obesity rates. So
really,
hat tip to you fine folks. Yeah. It's a neck and neck battle. Now, the U.S. is still king in a few different categories. We have the highest absolute number of fat people, as we have a lot of people and fat people. We also have the highest absolute number.
I'll get you in a little bit, Daniel.
Very, very, very fat people. Like you go to the UK, there's some fat people. A lot of people are fat. But you come to the US, especially like Southern Texas, you will regularly see 400 and 500 pound people. And that's an American.
Rascal fat.
Yes. But on fractions of super fat people, we are inferior to a few of the peoples of the Pacific Islands. Folks from Tonga, folks from American Samoa, them some big peoples over there. And they do two things super well. Eat amazingly tasty food, 3 things. Be incredibly jolly and super awesome to hang out with, and are statistically completely overrepresented of any racial group in American football pro performances.
And rugby, probably, as well.
Yeah, that's a step down for them. Like, this is easy. I usually
Samoans
do this against
are just
way bigger
freakishly
people.
strong as well.
Sorry, what was your
Set point theory.
Settling point.
Settling point.
Yeah, yes. So if I get you over to a cruise ship for 2 weeks, I mean, cruise ship food is so good, and it's kind of 24 hours, and it's always there, and you leave the main restaurant, and they're like fresh baked cookies, and you're like, who the hell am I to say no to this nice young person? And all of a sudden, you're taking in 600 more calories per day just normally. Now your settling point, if you stayed there for weeks and weeks, would be whatever it was, but higher. You take it the other way, where you get into a time machine, you go back to the 1940s, late 40s in the United States. You're like, all right, I'm ready to eat. What are you going to do? There's a few fast food places, but they're not that good.
Yeah,
you gotta
Alex.
drive pretty far to get them, and they're not even open 24 hours, which is quite offensive. That's why the 40 sucked. And you go, okay, how do I get some food? You go to the grocery store, it's almost completely bereft of convenience food, and you're like, the hell am I supposed to do?
lame.
Cook my food? Because there's some interesting cultural stuff that just, it's baffling in retrospect. You know, the idea of a nice Sunday dinner, like a ham dinner or a turkey dinner, that is, as far as I'm concerned, archaeology at this point. Because any person of basically any income in a modern country can just buy a turkey or a ham every single day for every meal. It's a nominal cost. So if you go back to the 1940s in the US, people say, why weren't there so many fat people? You want to be fat? You got to cook your own food. And if you're a bad cook, it's not even tasty. So if the average tastiness and convenience of the food in your area goes down, your settling point ain't 200 anymore. It's 160 now. No, it could be 200 if you were on a cruise ship, then it could be 220. So based on those factors, your food environment, your activity level, who you hang around with, etc., your settling point can move up and down. But in any one situation, yeah, settling points are a real thing. And there's some physiology to your body being a little annoyed at having to make a change. It's less annoyed if the environmental factors change, and then it's like, well, I'm just living my best life and I'm just losing weight because I just don't eat tasty food all the time. So there is something to settling points, and there is a genetic factor for sure. The absolute biggest by a mile genetic factor for settling points is hunger levels and food pleasure response.
They don't feel more important. We're
I'm sure
trying to
you've
learn,
hung out
dude.
with a lot of people in your life. Some people, are you a food guy? Do you like to eat?
Yeah.
Yeah. But notice the way you said, like, yeah.
Mhm.
Some people are like, bro, are you kidding me? I can inhale food. Some other people, and I've been friends with many people like this in the past,
What's up, dude?
they just like food to them is like this thing they have to remember to put in their bodies. Otherwise, they're like,
I have a
oh,
few
I can't
friends
see
like that.
clearly.
When Dr. Mike
right?
talks, you listen,
So
you know?
the biggest factor by a long shot in any one individual is what are their hunger levels like and what are their enjoyment of food neurochemistry like. And that goes a big way. How do you get the American obesity, the global obesity epidemic? You take hyper palatable, ultra convenient, relative to income, super cheap food. You make it insanely ubiquitously available. You vary it constantly so no one gets used to it. Like if you want a new type of crisp to eat in the UK and you go once a week to the store, you just never run out because there's always new stuff. And you pair that with a population of people. Some fraction of that population, totally unaffected. They just, crisps, I have a crisp, I sit down, I do nothing. I don't have another one. Some people, you give them tasty food and it's cheap and convenient. That's their hobby now, is eating food. And they love it. And the pounds just smack on and on and on. So
A
for them,
squad
their
pork is in
settling
general,
point in
yeah.
that environment sometimes doesn't have a number yet because they're still working their way up to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this has been the most interesting thing I've learned maybe over the last year. Orbiting a number of people talking about why is modern society so fat. There's all of these images from the 1960s of beaches in America and everyone looks lean and athletic. And you see, it's because of the insert your favorite food
what it is,
demon
Jamie,
of
you know?
choice here.
It's
It's
sad.
the red 40, it's the seed oils, it's the carcinogens in the water, it's the estrogen levels, it's the whatever. But the sort of Occam's razor of this is just food is tastier, more calorie dense, cheaper and more available than it's ever been before.
Yes.
What did you think was going to happen? What would it just from first principles, just make that, forget the constitution of it. What's the molecular weight? Is it artificial or is it natural? What do you think would happen to
Yes.
those people?
Yes. Very predictable. And in a certain sense, a little bit disappointing because it would be cool if we could have like one type of food additive or something in the water supply that we discovered was insanely obesogenic.
What did I say? Pork is in general. He asked if bacon fat is bad for you. I just said pork in general is bad for you. I am just not a fan. I stopped eating it a while back and recommend that everyone do. I mean, I feel like there's a reason why most religions don't say stay away from pork. It's a gross meat, really. The parasites that are in pork are very hard to kill. You can't necessarily cook all of them out of the pork. like give you there a lot of them can be encapsulated and survive being cooked, and then they get into your gut and hatch, and then you're screwed, and you got to get cleanses and this and that. So pork is a very unclean meat, very, very unclean, and everyone would probably benefit staying away from it. So there's a reason why most religions stay away. I don't know how much science they knew about it at the time, but they were right. It's gross. Maybe they just saw what the pig ate. Pigs will eat anything, dude. They're just garbage cans, basically. And they don't even digest things very well. So it's just, stay away from it if you can. You're a huge pork fan. Been there, dude. Been there.
Manage to put in some sensible regulation and take it out of the water supply or reduce it by a factor of 1,000. And everyone just like over the next year had this renaissance where they leaned up. That would be awesome. It would be awesome for two reasons. One, it would solve the problem really quick.
Put it in the YouTube chat,
And
Daniel.
two, it would remove any onus of actually the problem's worse than you thought. It's like if you go to couples therapy for a while and you want your partner to change, and after like 12 sessions, the psychiatrist or psychologist requests you come alone, and she kind of like dances around it, and she's like, "You're the problem, Chris. It's kind of all on you. Nancy's great. She's been great the whole time. It's you." You're like, "That's not what I went to couples therapy to hear." And so when someone's like, "It's actually all the insanely tasty food you love to eat all the time that's making you super fat," you got a tendency to be like, "What? I gotta stop eating that stuff? But wasn't it the microplastics? Can I make microplastics tasty?" So at some point, it's this insanely simple reason that describes probably 90% or more of the variance in obesity from historical times to now. But it's also a bit like, crap. It's like trying to make it on a JV basketball team. And you're like, "Coach, is it hard? Do I have to practice dribbling anymore?" And it's like, "You're just an Ashkenazi Jew, dude. You're never going to be good at this." That's what I heard from my basketball coach when I was 5'0" back in, just kidding. I'm not 5 feet yet. One day, Chris, I'll get up there. It's something you don't want to hear, but once you process it, you're like, of course it's true. The good news is, for the first time in history, we can start taking real big bites out of that, no pun intended, with modern pharmacology, which is going to save us all from everything. Begin insane rant about how drugs are great. But Ozempic and all of those drugs, and I do find it, at this point, comical that Ozempic gets all the attention that it gets, because this is a third-generation GLP-1 agonist. There's already in late-stage clinical trials a fifth-generation agonist.
Ozempic? Tirzepatide?
That's Gen 4.
Oh, Ozempic's Gen 3.
Right.
Okay. So I think a lot of people have sort of reset the number because 1 and 2 kind of...
Yeah. It's like liraglutide and stuff.
And what's the
Jonesy?
The 5th gen, which is the one that's really hard to pronounce?
So there's a bunch of them, but I pronounce it retatrutide.
Right.
You can also say it retatrutide if you want to say like 3 words instead of 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So like retatrutide is not a GLP-1 agonist technically. It's a triple agonist. It's a GLP, GIP, glucagon agonist. Not only does it kibosh your appetite from 2 different separate pathways, but somehow, I have no idea how, these guys managed to modulate the glucagon pathway to increase your resting metabolic rate. Retatrutide is Gen 5. It was invented years ago. And what they're inventing right now in the pharmaceutical industry is going to make retatrutide look like a joke. And retatrutide left Ozempic behind completely in clinical trials. It beats tirzepatide no problem. And we're talking about more weight loss for less side effect. The stuff they're developing right now is going to lead to a late 2020s, in my view, in which for almost everyone, if you don't want to be obese anymore, you just take the medication and you won't be. But if you do, you just don't take the medication and you will be. Why can just one pill or one injection do so much? Because it makes you less hungry fundamentally. And then when you're not really hungry, you stop eating as much food, and all these weird other hypotheses about why we were getting fat. Ozempic kind of crushed all of them out. It's like, how does it just do all that?
That's so funny. I mean, there's a big... I'm going to be fascinated to observe the way that most people see the GLP-1 category of drugs. I've been surprised by the negativity of the pushback.
I haven't.
You haven't been surprised by it?
No, not at all, my God.
Why?
People have a reflexive anti-pharmaceutical, anti-capitalist, anti-corporate, anti-drug attitude. It's some kind of smorgasbord of those comes out anytime, all the time, with tons of people.
Oh, so this is like the natty or not of fat. Like it's the fatty or not.
Fatty or not. Definitely fatty. Like, I meant that in a different way.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think some people have an issue with the fact that they feel like it's kind of cheating. You know, I had to get there.
I'd love to tackle that one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I see where people are coming from for the respectful part of my talk, which ends now and begins the disrespectful part of my talk. It's pure nonsense. You use air conditioning. When you break your leg, you go to the hospital and you get antibiotics. You cheating motherfucker. Aren't you supposed to be eating rocks and bashing your head into a caribou to kill it or something like that? As a matter of fact, the first tool industry millions of years ago that proto-humans made, one of them is like the Olduvan tool industry. They discover these now where it's like, flint rocks that are shaped in a no longer natural pattern, whittled down into something like a little club head or a little spike that you can at least like pull an animal's guts apart easier or even kill something with. They were cheating. That's the first cheating they've ever done. Artificial. And it made them better at stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Your ability to lose weight can be a test of your willpower. Or you can take the pill or the injection and with no added willpower, lose all the weight you want. And then you can test your willpower on tending to your family better, being a kinder person to others, being someone of moral authority to others by how you live your life.
For sure,
coaching
Spartan.
Little League football and being on time for the kids instead of standing in a fucking Hardee's line getting your third cheeseburger for that day. You can start a business. You can save the world. You can clean up the atmosphere. Everything. We're not running out of problems. So if we have body fat as this thing that's going to sharpen our will and we get rid of that, the set of problems remains approximately infinite still, and you can sharpen your will on what's left over. If you think you're tough and proving your willpower to yourself by losing fat, you're right. But you're not getting jacked. You're not building a business because you're draining all of your willpower on that one thing. It's a good thing we have pills to help us with as much as possible, so then we can have more bandwidth to do all the other good stuff that we want to do.
Getting back to the fat loss and the...
Here, we'll pause for a sec. The Ozempic, you said that there's a lawsuit on it right now. I mean, there are some pretty bad health issues, but there's always, with anything pharmaceutical, you have to think too, like this guy, Dr. Mike, is very pro drug. I mean, he's talked about his steroid use before, and I get where he's coming from. It makes sense. I could see, and I've talked about Ozempic before as well, and why I would not recommend it for a lot of people. And when I did recommend it, I'll start at the opposite side. I said I would recommend Ozempic if somebody is so extremely obese that they can't even really do much. Like they can barely walk, right? You need to stop eating. That's where kind of Ozempic comes in, or these other what's the GLP-1 drugs that are going to come out in the future. That's where somebody would take something like that. The downside of Ozempic is, I guess, a during and a post. The during is it burns a fair amount of muscle tissue as well in your weight loss journey. So it's not like it just burns body fat and you just like get an injection and just sheds all of it off. It burns a fair amount of muscle as well, which is going to hurt your long-term metabolism and just how well you can operate going forward. And then as soon as you get off of it, because it's not a forever type thing, and all of those cravings and hunger come back, how much willpower do you have then? So you definitely have to be disciplined. If you decide to do it, you have to be ready for when you get off of it to adjust to your new maintenance level of calories. And once again, your maintenance level of calories is going to be lower as well, because you have most likely lost a little bit of muscle tissue, and your body's probably gotten a little bit more efficient because your body is weighing less. But I get what he's saying. I don't think it's a bad thing if somebody is so like morbidly obese that they can't do anything. Like they obviously need a little bit of help, a little bit of kick in the butt to kind of get that started. And then obviously once they see 100 pounds drop off, like that's pretty motivating in itself. And if that was able to help them, then heck yeah, you know.
Diet, protein, carbs, fat. How should people be thinking about those? How do they contribute? What should they be eating?
Yes. Proteins are essential because they compose all of the organs, all of your enzymes, all the stuff that does work is pretty much protein. It's non-negotiable. And also protein supports your skeletal muscle, which is kind of important because there's two types of getting lean. One is people think you're sick and ask you if you're okay because you lost a bunch of muscle. The other is like people compliment you or saying nice things behind your back because they're jealous and they want to have sex with you, but they can't. I'm used to that sort of thing. The jealousy part, me being jealous.
Much love, living.
So protein is a big deal. For most people who are not pursuing exotic hyper bodybuilding pursuits, as little as just over half a gram per pound of body weight per day protein is going to take care of most of your needs.
Half a gram per pound.
So if you weigh 200 pounds and you eat something like 120 grams of protein per day, you're probably golden and you can...
Okay, just pause that. I'll answer a couple things. Living the dream. If you want, I don't know if you're working out or not. I would assume that you probably are. You can start introducing a little bit more carbohydrates before and after workout and then keep it low other than that. I've found that to be the best way for me to still be able to consistently get quality lifts while still being able to keep the calories low overall. So if you're finding that you're not recovering very well from your workouts, start adding more carbohydrates post-workout. And if you want to feel better during your workout, start adding more carbohydrates pre-workout. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Carbs aren't necessarily the enemy. They just are when you're eating them all day long. And now we're talking about, protein. I was always under the assumption that I needed, like, in my bodybuilding days, I was eating like 400 to 450 grams of protein. And now I'm at like 170, 180, and I feel much better than I ever have, especially my stomach. My stomach thanks me. So he's kind of going over that right now. Like he's saying 120 is really all that you need if you're 200 pounds, 0.5 and above, unless you're trying to be a professional bodybuilder. I guess we'll see what he continues to say.
Probably lose fat and lose very little or no muscle at all. The top end is maybe about double that. Real insurance policy type of stuff. You're doing crazy hardcore weight training, crazy amount of cardio and activity. You're already very, very lean and you're prone to losing muscle and you're a little older than average, over 40. Then it's just over 1 gram per pound. So if you weigh 200 grams, if you weigh 200 pounds, then maybe you have 220 or 240 grams. For a very serious fitness person, gram per pound is an amazing rule. Just understand that for most people, like if your mom asks you for diet advice, just a little bit over half of that is totally solid. Often best consumed for most muscle mass retention and building through 3 to 5 meals, evenly spaced per day. But if you just have like 2 meals for the average person, if they're eating lots of protein, they're going to get great results.
Okay, carbs.
I'll do carbs and fats at the same time if you don't mind. There is a big difference between optimizing for athletic performance and muscularity and just losing some goddamn fat so you can see Mr. Twinkie again. Well, there you are, buddy. It's been a while. Carbs and fats kind of combine into one index of extra calories after protein has been taken care of. A really great app for fat loss that you can use is called MacroFactor. And they have this turn dial where you can like turn up the carbs and turn down the fats. And it's one comes out of the other, because for many people, it just doesn't matter as long as you get a minimum of both. If you're getting some fibrous veggies and maybe a few pieces of fruit per day, but you're down to very low levels of carbs, you eat no grains, no breads, no rice, none of that, but you eat plenty of healthy fats, you're golden. You're going to lose tons of fat and be super healthy. If you have minimal fats, like you take an essential fat supplement every day and the rest of your diet has no fat in it whatsoever, you're doing starches, grains, Gatorade, the whole 9 yards, but your calorie balance is set. You've generated a 250 to 750 daily calorie deficit and your protein is good. You're going to lose fat until the cows come home. And it's going to go super well. How you feel on each one of those, how your sport and athletic hobbies are supported, how convenient it is for your life. Those are secondary discussions, but very important ones. So it's kind of 2 points here. One, as long as you get minimum levels of fats and carbs, which are very, very low and most people won't hit, whichever one you want, higher or lower, it doesn't matter. But also consider this. If you're more physically active, more carbohydrate generally works better. If carbs kind of make you just want more carbs, but if you get a big satiating effect from fats and you're like, ooh, that's enough, maybe you can consider more fats. Some people get more energy from carbs and they prefer more carbs. Some people get a more even-keeled mental clarity from lower carbs and higher fats, and their go-to is to have higher fats. Most people would be served best with an even combination of them, roughly the same calories coming from fats and carbs, once your protein is taken care of, because in many cases that affords you the most flexibility in your diet. You show up to a restaurant with your friends, you're on a fat loss diet, and you look up what menu items you can eat. Obviously, you're on a fat loss diet. You're not going to eat 5 of the menu items and be a pig. But a lot of real food in the real world, it's tough to get 0 carb. It's also real tough to get really low fat. But most of them have a bit of carbs, bit of fats. And if you have that middle combination, it's a really, really awesome way to go to town and still hit your calorie goals. So carbs and fats, plus or minus, no big deal, as long as your calories are in check and your protein is in check. The conversation for fats versus carbs is individually based preference and very nuanced.
Yeah, no, I really, that's perfectly said, really. I've kind of messed around with my carbs and fats pretty consistently, and I find that's kind of what I was just telling Live and Dream, that I just now added a carb powder for during my workouts. I used to save pretty much all of my carbs for post-workout to recover and then get ready to go again the next day. But a during workout carbohydrate and post-workout carbs for recovery, and then nothing but pretty much protein and fats for the rest of the day. And I kind of get that, like you were talking about athletic performance, but then the higher fats I've been doing and a little bit lower carbs, I guess, for the past couple of years. I've mentioned it quite a few times. It's helped a ton with my mental clarity. A ton.
Is there a kind of fat which is best?
Well, our company started making this fat supplement. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to shill as many. I'm shilling products I don't even have to sell. Get on the mailing list. Super fats. Generally speaking, on average, the preponderance of your fat.
Stay away from sugars as a whole too, I assume. Well, not the during workout. Basically, the during workout carbohydrate for me is it's a cyclic dextrin, which spikes insulin like a simple sugar, but doesn't crash like a simple sugar. So it's like you're eating a combination of a banana and then oatmeal right afterwards. So I prefer that, so I don't get that blood sugar crash. And then afterwards, that big meal that I'm having is smoothing it out anyways. But throughout the day, if it's not around my workout, during workout or post-workout, and post-workout is more of a complex carb, once again, to kind of even out blood sugar. I'm staying away from sugar entirely. There's just like he's saying though, as long as your calories are below maintenance, if we're going for fat loss, you could eat, and your protein is taken care of, you could eat just a fish oil pill and all sugar, technically. You could, but you're probably not going to feel very good. You're going to be constantly like high and low with your energy, and you're going to have cravings. It's going to make it really, really hard because of your high and low blood sugar. As soon as that blood sugar dips back down, your body's just like, your brain is telling you need more. So staying away from the sugar helps stick to eating clean a lot easier than vice versa. But it really is just like the calories in, calories out. I just find staying off the insulin roller coaster is a solid idea for your consistency of your diet.
Fat should probably come from poly and monounsaturated fat sources. There's a conversation that is more poly or more mono, probably more poly than mono, but what kind of foods are we talking about here? A bunch of the oils, most of the plant oils are really, really awesome. Olive oil, canola oil. Yes, I said canola oil. Just do an IMDb. Do a PubMed search for canola oil health benefits review, and you'll see that it's super, super healthy. All the different kinds of oils are usually generally very good.
I can't respect a doctor who proposes seed oils as part of his diet.
I never asked for your respect. Nameless, faceless troll person who's in a troll farm in China. But yeah, by the way, the seed oils thing is really funny. I get smacked for that all the time, but
You did a video about why seed oils aren't bad for your health.
yeah, totally. We have that on the RP Strength channel. And like, I was curious about the issue because so many people were talking about seed oils being bad. And I just did like one PubMed search and there was a few review articles that were like, yeah, seed oils generally tend to be better than. So they've done multiple studies where they take people who eat a lot of saturated fats, which are totally fine, by the way, but they replace some fraction of those with seed oils. And in almost every study, the people are months later healthier. And so like the idea that seed oils are bad for you is usually concluded by folks that are like really deep into lipidology research. And they're inferring that seed oil should be bad for you based on various cooking process modifications. But inference is dope, and I use it all the time in decision making, but it never beats actual empirical randomized control trials, because that's like what the real world actually is. It's like, well, I think Stacy likes me. Go ask her. She's like, no. You're like, okay, I was wrong. Right? Inference doesn't beat the real thing. So seed oils are super great for your health. They're totally fine. And then there's all kinds of nuts, all kinds of nut butters, avocados. Those types of fats tend to be amazing. Fats from fatty fish, also super awesome. Saturated fats are also just fine for your health, and you can have a lot of them, but you generally want something like 2/3 of your fats to come from plant fats, poly and monounsaturated, maybe 1/3 of your fats to come from saturated fat sources, so like eggs and beef and things like that. Where you want to maybe go easy on fats is ultra-processed sources with trans fats in them. The trans fats don't just kill you when you're walking one day and you just keel over. It's trans fats. The police put up a line of like trans fats on it. But they're not great in aggregate over the long term. So if, like your primary source of fats is like McDonald's fried grease, it's not great. Cheesy puffs, it's not great. So if you're eating mostly minimally processed whole foods, saturated fats are totally fine. But if you're having trouble with your lipids and your doctor's like, look, you got to change something, replacing some of your saturated fats with poly and monounsaturated fats, just from directly the literature, seems to work pretty well. But it's not a crazy thing. Here's another thing. For many people that listen to this who are already eating a pretty healthy diet, their total fat intake is so low, the composition of those fats barely matters at that point.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a very high fat diet, let's say you're trying to do the keto thing or the carnivore thing, yeah, you got to take a look at your fat sources a little more, because that's a lot of fats now, and it's going to matter for your blood work.
I wonder,
Yes, you do, Sloth.
is there not something to do with reheating fats and oils that's bad? Is it bad?
Allegedly.
Is it? Is that true?
I haven't looked into it in great depth because the preponderance of the people that espouse that are insane people whose epistemological anchor is total nonsense on average. So like, I haven't looked into deep refutations of the flat earth idea, but I'm not going to anytime soon. If anyone has any compelling evidence that the reheating process is insanely deleterious for health, and they have randomized clinical trials to support this, I'm super interested in it. I'm out of my depth on that one, but after about 5 minutes of talking to ChatGPT, I could get back into my depth, no problem. It's one of these things that, where do you get reheating of oils all the time? Literally in fry grease. Stop eating McDonald's every day, and you're not going to have that problem.
So much of this stuff, so many of the demon foods that people have got an issue with, whether it's particular colorants, whether it's artificial sweeteners, whether it's seed oils, come along for the ride with foods, food types, hyperpalatable, calorie dense, very processed, probably just not all that great for you to be having very regularly. So it's not about the components of this individual thing. It's like saying this circuit board is very dangerous. Well, it is when it's attached to a javelin missile.
Yes.
And you're pointing at all of the circuit boards and saying, look at how bad these circuit boards are for everybody. And you go, well, yeah, it is. Because for the most part, that circuit board exists inside of that missile.
I like that you
makes
used
sense.
The javelin missile. It's very pertinent to the news cycle. Maybe YouTube will pick it up.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by
I like that one.
Momentous. Two fundamental
So he's
parts of
basically
recovery
saying
are proper sleep quality and
the,
proper hormone levels.
The main worry in your foods that you're eating doesn't necessarily need to be the little small nuanced things. It's the fact that they're packaged in extremely calorie dense foods that is putting on the weight rather than the this artificial this or artificial that. Yeah, once you get everything kind of really tuned and you want to slowly eliminate the little things that you may be worried about or heard that it has a negative side effect, go for it. But when you're just starting out, probably not the biggest worry to worry about a ton of artificial stuff. I know that I talk about it a fair amount. That's just kind of the stage that I'm in, though. So that's probably why I talk about a lot of the artificial stuff, is because I have tuned things quite a bit, and that is one of the things that I'm trying to work on. But
how often should people eat if they're trying to do fat loss? How much of a spread between meals do they need?
oh, I love this one.
So we're coming to the finish line where
I love this one. You'll get some carb powder. Look up cyclic dextrin, CYLCLIC, I think. Cyclic. That's the play, I think, for carbs.
Weight loss, it just doesn't matter. They've compared eating 6 or more meals per day regularly to what's called alternate day fasting, where one day you eat and the next day you're just really pissed at everyone because you don't eat. For weight loss, it doesn't matter over the long term. And it makes sense because the calorie balance is the same. It's calorie controlled.
Just about calorie sick.
Eating is real fun on that.
So probably the lowest calorie one
really
to fit your macros.
So weight loss, not a concern. How does it become a concern with fat loss is muscle growth and muscle retention are processes that prefer multiple meals spread evenly throughout the day. So if you want to lose weight and you just don't care about muscle, let's say it's not a problem for you, you train hard anyway because you love it, but you're like, I have plenty of muscle. Just my doctor tells me I need to lose weight. Whatever meal frequency is something that schedule-wise, culture-wise, preference-wise that you like, do it up. 1 meal a day, no problem. 1 meal every other day, no problem. 7 meals a day, dope. If you're trying to build and maintain muscle mass as much as possible, and you're really full sending this, and you're training with weights regularly, which is a big deal, any number of meals up to you hit 4 per day, evenly spread, each of them high in protein, marginally increases how much muscle you can grow and maintain. After 4 meals per day, in all of the research, we see that there is no more effect that we can detect. So if you're like, dude, I'm growing crazy muscle on 4 meals a day, should I go to 5? Maybe it'll make some teeny difference, but maybe not. From the theoretical work, probably not. Mostly because if you eat bigger meals, they just take longer to digest. So the pulsatility of nutrients in your blood, it basically just looks like this the whole day. Because you start eating breakfast, and by the time you run out of breakfast, you get lunch and then dinner, and then you're done.
What about the earliest that people should eat, the latest that they should eat? Is there something to do with the parentheses of your eating window throughout the day?
If you eat in a very constrained eating window, the result you can expect starts to look more and more like a very small number of meals per day. Your body doesn't really count meals. Your peripheral cellular structures
I got you, soldier. Makes sense.
How much of a flux of nutrients they get exposed to. So if you say my eating window is from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night, and I have 4 meals in my eating window every half hour, your body's like, I hear that, but it's just one meal.
It's one big meal. Yeah.
Like if you still have stomach contents, not in the intestines yet, and you're eating meal number 2, like it's still the same meal. So a very constrained eating window does do that. But as far as spreading it out long or short, again, for weight loss, none of that matters. For fat loss, you want to spread it out, not as far as possible, but you probably want to be ingesting food at something like at least a 12, maybe 14, maybe even 16-hour situation. Contest bodybuilders who've near mastered the art of losing fat while maintaining muscle, they'll eat almost as soon as they wake up, and they'll have their last meal an hour or 2 before bed, if not even closer. And they eat multiple times throughout the day so that their body's never starving for protein. Is that excessive for most people? Yeah. What do you think sensible advice is? To wake up, again, if you want muscle mass retention,
really bad, Alex,
hours of when you wake up. Don't be like it's like 6 hours later and you're working on projects at work and your
right when I
does
start.
one of those like angry growls or, oh shit, you exist.
Finish it.
Get a Twinkie.
10 minutes before I'm done.
Don't do that. And if you take longer than 4 or 5 hours before you go to bed after you've eaten that can work out great for you. But for some people, especially as the diet wears on, especially as they get more hungry, it might interfere with sleep in two ways at least.
Yep.
One is, if you're already hungry when you're trying to fall asleep, it's a non-starter. You're not falling asleep. You're just counting sheep, and one sheep jumps over, and 1, 2, 3. It's like a sheep, but it's like sectioned into meat parts. It's like lamb, rack of lamb. You're like, oh shit, I'm thinking about food again. And then you go into the fridge and you're getting a cheeseburger. So the other...
This is definitely something that I have had to try to like finick beef, or I guess play around with, was the timing that I eat before bed. Currently, I eat like an hour to an hour and a half before I go to bed, just eggs. But there would be times where I tried to be super strict, like I need to eat 2 hours before I go to bed, and I would find myself sometimes if I had a super tough lift early in the morning, my body needed a little bit extra calories, and I would burn through that right away, and then I would just be hungry and not sleep. So there's definitely like a sweet spot that I feel like each person probably needs to find that is anywhere from like that 2 hour to 1 hour before you go to bed. At least that's what it has worked for me, where I eat, it's digested by the time that I'm like in bed going and falling to sleep, so I can get like max growth hormone, but I'm not ever worried about getting hungry, because he's right. As soon as I get hungry, there's been quite a few times where I have lost a good chunk of sleep because I was just starving. As soon as I laid down, I was like, no, I'm going to stick to this. I'm going to be stubborn. And then I end up losing 3 hours worth of sleep because I've just sat there angry that I was hungry. So in that situation, I would have benefited more from eating right before I went to bed and fell asleep. So it's something to play around with yourself. Like I said, for me right now, an hour to an hour and a half, if I eat then it's just kind of like the sweet spot where I know that it's not optimal. 2 hours is optimal, but once I get stretched out to 2 hours, then it has some negative type things where I could lose 3 hours of sleep because I'm just hungry.
The way is, if you've eaten many, many hours before you went to sleep, but not so many that you can fall asleep, you might wake up in the middle of the night or very early morning starving. Your cortisol goes up, you ain't falling back asleep anymore. Sleep is so unbelievably critical to fat loss and to muscle gain and retention. It is a non-negotiable variable. So eat in such a way that gives you the best sleep is probably the best advice I can have in a meal timing perspective. So for most people, eat. You can eat as soon as you wake up, no problem. You can eat right before you go to sleep, no problem. Some people, if they eat right before bed or even an hour or two before, there's digestion, the body temperature goes up, and they're tossing and turning, they can't sleep. Don't do that. Then back that meal up a little bit. But if you're one of these people, especially late towards the end of a diet, a higher carbohydrate and protein meal before you go to sleep knocks you the fuck out. And that's perfect. So very individual. Generally spread your meals out. Play around with what feels best for you.
Is there anything to say about prejudicing certain types of foods earlier or later in the day?
Oh, it's interesting.
Backloading the carbs until the evening time, starting off with more.
It's just basically saying like you're just the quality of sleep, kind of what I was saying a little bit. Obviously he did it way better. The quality of sleep is hands down the most important variable. So whatever you need to do to get your calories in and fall asleep as fast as you can is the right thing for you. There's no one right way to do it for everybody. For sure, McKay, it's for sure. I think we're about to get into optimal things to eat before going to bed here.
More protein first thing in the morning. Does not matter.
Good question. The research on that in general has been a giant not really. Every now and again, someone will pull out a single study or two in isolation, and they'll see see, you got to eat more of your carbs in the morning. And then someone else a couple of years later will be like, it's the nighttime carbs that are really good. On average, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. So I would say you can play around with things yourself, but as long as you have an even-ish fraction of your protein in every meal, how you do carbs and fats doesn't matter much. At RP, we like to bias carbohydrates closer to the workout. So let's say you work out in the middle of the day. We're going to want you to eat Slightly lower fats and slightly higher carbs in the meal before you go train. It's going to give you lots of energy. Fats are more difficult to digest, not in a bad way, just take a little longer to digest. So you might like be warming up for bench and feeling kind of like burpy and you're like, oh, God damn it, this shit hasn't gone through yet. But if you eat low fat, you're like all your rice is in your muscles and you're good to go. After training to set up recovery and anabolism, there's probably a slight advantage in having more carbohydrates. Your muscles are more ready to absorb it. Your fat isn't. So that's a really good thing. And so we like to push our fats towards away from the workout and push the carbs a little bit closer, but we're really splitting hairs here.
Right.
And so it's not some kind of magic formula. If you're a contest bodybuilder, yeah, it's a little bit more magic of a formula by a small shot. But generally speaking, the spread is, I'd say this.
Yes, Daniel.
Almost anyone that's telling you that the circadian rhythm of food and the spread of macros is very important is misunderstanding the state of the evidence.
Okay.
I have
When it
G1M
comes
sport.
to
G1M
the
sport.
kinds of
a
foods
VPN.
to avoid or lean into when dieting for fat loss, what are the things that you think people often overlook? What are the things that are unnecessarily demonized? Where should people be?
Well, in that last thing, hold on, let's go back a little bit. Where is this? I was kind of talking to living the dream a little bit ago, saying pre-workout carbs, post-workout carbs, and then just protein and fats on either side of it is what I've found to be best for me. He's saying it doesn't really matter as long as your protein is split and you're hitting your calories, then you're fine. And then it just comes down to learning your body and figuring out what you feel best off of. Because that's a huge thing, especially with your performance during your training. If you have not ever really played around with it, let's say you get your protein split up, you eat 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner. We'll just do that because it's easy. Protein split up, and then you eat after breakfast, and you eat like a bunch of eggs and turkey sausage and not much fruit or anything like that. So you're basically just having protein and fats. But then for your workout, like you're saying, like maybe your stomach is a little bit upset still, things haven't settled, and you kind of like run out of gas or don't have a lot of explosive strength, try switching it up. Try eating a bunch of, keep your protein the same, take away those fats from the breakfast and add them in before you go to bed, and just load your carbs pre and then a little bit post to help with recovery, because that's when your muscles are super receptive to storing that glycogen. And play around with it, see what works best for you. It's all about each individual person's body. There's, once again, no one right answer.
Okay. When it comes to the kinds of foods to avoid or lean into when dieting for fat loss,
seems to be the best for a lot of people.
What
vanilla.
are the things that you think people often overlook? What are the things that are unnecessarily demonized? Where should people be putting their attention? What's the best food groups to make fat loss easy?
Yep. Raspberries are great. Blueberries will kill you and they're terrible. Next question. As far as specific foods, short of like eating soap or poison, there are really no individual foods that are bad for you. And there are no individual foods that stall fat loss. There have been foods historically that have been demonized, not as individual foods. All of them have gone through the ringer at least once, but food groups. Sugars. People will say sugars are bad for you. It's just categorically false to say that. Sugars aren't bad for you. Sugars are no more prone to adding body fat or making body fat loss any more difficult. It's a non-starter. In direct evidence, in theory, the whole gamut. Nowadays, it's fun to poke fun at sugar and at carbs. Back in the 80s and 90s, if you told someone you were health conscious and then you put butter on something, they were like, listen, you're going through some psychiatric problems. We should probably get you checked into a center. Because you were delusional. Because everyone knew that saturated fat especially just straight up killed you where you stood. And you were never going to get lean eating a diet high in fats. They were also wrong. Calorie balance is so king that it doesn't discriminate hardly at all among food groups, fats versus carbs, none of that. So the myths of fats are too high or carbs are too high or sugars are too high, they're just that, myths. However, a very important thing to consider is the palatability of your food and the fullness factor your food gives you. because hunger's a real thing. So, you want to choose food when you're dieting for fat loss, creating a caloric deficit that does at least two things for you. One, it's not so damn delicious that you just want to eat more and more of it. And if you don't, you're just suffering. Like, if you were deep into a fat loss diet, I was like, hello, Chris, would you like a Cheeto? You'd be like, don't.
Heck, Vanilla.
Why? Because as soon as one of them Cheetos hits your lips, paradise. You know, purple
The bag's
angels
gone.
flying around, better than acid at that point. You just want another Cheeto. So if you're on a fat loss diet, something bodybuilders discovered a long time ago, and a gentleman named, I'm going to butcher his name for sure, Stefan Guyenet, he says pronounced like DNA. I would just say Guyenet because I'm American. Woo! He, I believe, coined the term, or at least exposed the public to it, of something called the food palatability reward hypothesis. Properly couched as a hypothesis, so he's
Not a
really
theory.
the fucking man.
Okay.
And it basically says something baffling when you think about it. It's ultra simple and explains most of the variants we've already talked about with obesity. When food is really tasty, people tend to eat more of it and they get fat. And they just want more. And if you have tasty food, but you've relegated yourself willpower style, like look a good person, to not eating it, you're just going to be more miserable. You ever smell cheeseburgers being made while you're in the single digits body fat? You're like, dude, if there was an entire family of people between me and those cheeseburgers, like, I don't insert politically
Boom,
correct,
boom, boom.
shoot them, I'm going to eat my way
Dang it,
through them
Chris.
to the
Right.
cheeseburgers. So things that get taken out of there.
I went native American there.
My
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
So
Dang it, dude.
basically, if you're dieting for fat loss, try to have foods that aren't like exotically delicious. Veggies, fruits, whole grains, lean meats, not a ton of sauces, not a crazy ton of flavor. And here's the really fucked up part. It's going to be completely counterintuitive. What do you want when your body is telling you, listen, you need to put the fat back on? You want exactly the food that you shouldn't be having. So it's kind of like abstaining from jerking it or something, where it's like, what do you really want to do? You're like, I want to jerk it. Like, what are you not supposed to be doing? Not supposed to jerk it. Right. But if you can eat at home, if you can clear all of your shelves at home of junk and just have that lower palatability food, first of all, if you're hungry enough, that shit tastes real good. Plain chicken and broccoli tastes amazing if you're actually hungry. Have that stuff. That's really, really awesome to do. And secondly, you want to have food that keeps you fuller for longer. Food with a lot of fluid volume, food with a lot of fiber, food that takes longer to digest. Minimally processed fruits, veggies, whole grains, lean meats, and healthy fats are just kind of undefeated in that category. And so for the calories you're allowed to have, it's a lot of food. It's not ultra tasty, so you kind of feel like you're laboring through it. You halfway through your meal, you don't even want anymore. You're stuffing yourself, and every week you're losing weight. Paradise. You're really doing it.
But it's not paradise because you're going through this boring diet. It doesn't taste as nice as it could be. Dr. Mike's told me that I can't, the exact thing I want to do, which is to make this tiny morsel, scrap of food. Please, sir, can I have some more?
So you can turn dial it to go, okay, I'm going to make my food a little tastier and a little less voluminous, a little less filling, such that I like my food. I can finish it. I look forward to it. But at the end of the meal, I'm like, ooh, okay, this is tough to finish. And it keeps me full long enough until my next meal comes around. I'm like, yeah, I can eat instead of like 2 hours before my next
I got you.
meal.
I'll pause it, Soldier, in a bit.
Okay, where's the food? Where's the food? I'm losing it. As you progress through a diet, it's possible to start with pretty normal food and turn dial that food palatability down and that fullness factor up such that you finish your diet with quite different foods than you started. But the entire time, your perception in relation to food is basically the same. You adjust to your preferences. Now, that works really well.
Can you give some tactical examples of good?
We'll go back a little bit. Okay. The first thing I wanted to say with the processed sugar, the biggest thing with that is just the insulin roller coaster. What he's saying is if your calories are what they should be, then you can have whatever like carbs fit your macros whenever, but it's going to be a lot harder to stick to it when if you're just eating Skittles and you just want more and more and more and more and more, you know what I'm saying? And that's your processed sugar. So it's the sticking to, and one of the reasons why processed sugar is so terrible is it just gets people addicted to sugar, and they just want more and more and more. So yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but it's not like ingesting the sugar itself is so terrible. It's just the addiction to, and then the lack of the willpower to stick to a certain number of calories. And what Soldier was saying earlier. Hold on, let me read it real quick. So the computer chip isn't bad unless you attach it to this javelin. Okay, but what's the sample size? Dave Ramsey says all credit card debt is bad, but some use it for points and never pay interest. Overall, though, more people are successful without debt, so it depends on the data and sample size and how you look at information. And we're talking about artificial sweeteners and certain kinds of fats when he was making the reference about the computer chips. And I don't even know if we necessarily have sample sizes on a lot of that stuff long term. You know, we have like short term studies that artificial sweeteners are really, really bad for your gut, and that could probably it could be all over the place as far as how it could influence somebody. So I'd say, at least right now, I don't know if we necessarily even have the sample size to say that. And then I think it would be, even if we did, it wouldn't be a black and white thing for each individual person. You know, some people's bodies may be able to handle it quite a bit better than others. I think that what he was getting at, and vice versa, I think that what he was getting at was that he's kind of giving it like a broad brush stroke as far as fat loss goes. And he's saying that what you should be concerned with when starting is not the artificial sweeteners. It's as far as like, is that what's making me sick? It's what are they attached to that is most likely making you sick, is what I kind of gathered from that. He's like, it's not the aspartame or whatever in the Gatorade, it's the 40 grams of sugar. That's the problem, not the aspartame. Let's freaking go, B-Tim. Let's go. I love it, dude. That fires me up. I got goosebumps.
Can you give some tactical examples of good switches from food types that people may be cooking with at the moment?
Yeah, so like obviously the artificial stuff, it's shown that it's bad to your gut, right? It's shown that it's bad for your gut. But like, so once you get to the point where you have your food kind of planned out for, or your diet, your protein, carbs and fats scheduled out, you're eating the right things, then I would say start worrying about that. Like I said, he's just given a broad brushstroke at the beginning and saying, if you're just trying to get into the conversation of dieting, that should not be the first thing that you think of. You know, it should be the sugar and the overall calories and stuff like that. So I don't think that he's disagreeing or saying that all of these things that people say are bad are not bad. He's just kind of saying, like, don't really focus on this small little thing. Look at the thing that it's attached to, the 40, 50 grams of sugar, or the bag of Cheesy Puffs, right? It's not that fake cheese or the fake whatever that they put on it that is the downside of the Cheesy Puffs. It's the fact that you have one, and 5 minutes later you blink twice and the whole bag is gone because it's so unbelievably good. That's the problem, not the tiny little fairy dust that they put on the top. That, yeah, probably 30 years from now, if you eat a bag of Cheetos every single day, going to be probably pretty bad for you and may have some who knows what side effects then. But in the short term, focus on that overall calories, you know, hitting your macros, and not be so worried about the minute details. Once you get it kind of narrowed down in your proteins, carbs, and fats, like I was saying, you got your meals, then start fine tuning things. That's just kind of the place that you're in, right? You have your protein down already. You're messing around with your carbs and fats, probably designed around workouts or when you need it to feel your best. And then you're just kind of like looking for that next little bit of, okay, what can I cut out? What can I optimize? that's where to you it's going to be a much bigger deal than it is to somebody who's 100 pounds overweight and they're just like, oh my goodness, but I heard that vegetable or that seed oils were bad for me. You know, like that's not the thing that they need to be worried about. So I think that we are on the same page there. Yeah, 100%. He, like I said, he's giving broad brushstrokes. This guy could go on and on and on. He's my favorite person to listen to, and as you guys can see, for good reason. Like he's extremely intelligent, and he makes it very easy to understand. Yeah, take care of low hanging fruit first. Let's go, Keenan. Kill it, dude. I got you, Emil John. So you're eating just like what are you eating during your Ironman trainings or your during those like hour to 2 hour things? Are you just having like fruit or wafers or stuff like that?
Normal food and dial that food palatability down.
Okay, we listen
and
to that.
Fullness factor
it's
up,
just towards the end,
such that you finish your diet with quite different foods than you started, but the entire time your perception in relation to food is basically the same. You adjust to your preferences. Now that works really well.
Can you give some tactical examples of good switches from food types?
Yeah,
that
Aiden,
people maybe
you could take up to 3 minutes.
Maybe using more typically, and you saying more voluminous, more full of water, more insoluble fiber, etc. What are some of the easy switches? Let's get rid of this. Let's put some of these in.
Yep. Couple examples. Creamy sauces.
Dang, okay.
To non-creamy sauces. To dry rubs. To salt.
Gotcha, Mel. Thanks, Doug.
When you're real miserable. Tons of rice and pasta and breads, down to whole grain breads, whole grain pasta, brown rice. Like it's funny. You go to a sushi place and it's like option for brown rice sushi, and I'm like, the Japanese people did not suffer for this abomination. What the hell is that even? So you go from that to reducing your grain intake more, expanding your fruit intake, and eventually expanding your veggie intake. If you have 50 grams of carbs to eat and it's all white rice, that's like a little bit more than a cup of white rice. At the beginning of a fat loss diet, shit, you're barely finishing that. I'll actually complete the analogy for you. You got some rice and you got some Japanese mayo on that shit. So goddamn good. I'm balls deep into a diet, so this is incredibly difficult for me to talk about. You go a couple more weeks, now it's the same white rice, but now you have like you sprinkled some like kind of seasoned salt on it. It's tasty, but it's no more Japanese mayo time because you could just like put that IV into your blood at that point. Then, and you have a little bit of veggies on the side next to it. You go to taking that rice and turning it to brown rice, but now it's not that whole scoop of brown rice, it's half a scoop of brown rice and way more veggies and even a couple slices of fruit. Still weeks later, you don't have any more rice. You have a bunch of veggies and a ton of fresh fruit. I mean, you're like stuffing it in because like, holy crap, like if you get a whole thing of strawberries, that's like 30 grams of carbs. Like, how many fucking strawberries do I have to eat to get to this thing? Whereas like one, like you take a swig of sweetened condensed milk and it's like, boom, that's 50 carbs. Like, what? How? So eventually you might get to a point where most of your carbohydrate consumption comes from a combination of fresh fruits and green veggies. And that's going to be insanely difficult to out-eat your calorie goals. Or to put another way, you're going to eat your meals and you're going to be like, I don't want any more chicken, broccoli, and orange slices. I'm good until the next meal. And you have it again. And then when you end your diet and you start coming back up to maintenance, you slowly reverse that process back out again.
So you are using a restriction in the types of foods that you are allowed to eat in an attempt to pad out the satiety that you have by making it increasingly calorie sparse per gram of food, fewer calories, and to increase suffering, to make it hurt more?
You're trading off two different kinds of suffering. There's the suffering of having to eat food you're not amazed with, and there's the suffering of actual hunger. They don't compare in magnitude. It's a stupid analogy offhand is the annoyance of having to wear a sticky, gross, sweaty helmet versus taking it off in combat. Yeah, it sucks, but there's bullets flying.
The alternative
Put your helmet on.
Is way worse.
100%.
What about potatoes? You mentioned about vegetables there. A lot of people that sort of starch, that is a big satiating thing. I certainly know that when I've been dieting previously, that's one of the things that I miss a lot. There's no amount of ground beef at 97.3 and whatever else that I can throw on a plate with some vegetables. That, like, I just want a little bit of starch. How can people get that if they think it's really, that's my thing? It just makes my diet easier. Where would you go to for that more starchy stuff?
So what you have to do is you can do an experiment on yourself. For any given number of grams of carbohydrates, which starch choices for you do you find the tastiest, the most difficult to stop eating, the most difficult to understand that, okay, now you've run out of pasta, don't get any more, and also the longest window after the meal of keeping you full. On average, boiled potatoes do really well in that regard. Mashed potatoes, not as well. They're tastier and you can suck them down faster. A bunch of different types of potato, the more minimally processed, the less processed, the better, do super well. Typically, rice does okay, but you can put away a lot of rice.
In the past at college, I've struggled.
Do helmets actually stop bullets? Real question. Yeah, they can. They have, it depends on the caliber of the bullet and the angle that it hits it. A lot of the times, like, you could get shot if it hits the helmet at, like, the right angle, even if it's protected against it, you may have some serious damage. Just because it's still going to kind of, it'll stop the bullet, it'll save your life, but it'll still mess you up. It'll still ring you, but yeah. But mostly depends on the caliber of the bullet. Like, they're rated to certain things. Different helmets have different, I forget exactly what the name of the rating is, but yes. Most of them are just designed to stop modern rounds that the enemy would use or that you would find anywhere. Like 5.56 and 7.62 are the main two.
Doesn't do that great. I can make fields of pasta disappear by just breathing it in. So not everyone's the same.
Yep.
So you want to try and figure out, but generally speaking, from memory, potatoes on average rank pretty high in the
good satiety index. Yeah. In other news, this episode is brought to you by...
Heck yeah. And even if there's a caliber that it's not even rated to, if it's at the right angle, right, and it like skids off the top, it can protect from something way bigger than even it's rated to. So yeah, the especially nowadays, the ballistic helmets are pretty dope, dude. They're pretty dope. What's he doing, dude? That's sick, Mr. Joe. You gotta love Dr. Mike, man. Dr. Mike's the best. If I just sit there and open my Instagram and just like scroll up, it's just like him over and over and over again. You gotta mix in some Jocko and some Chris and Goggins, Huberman, but a lot of the same dudes. But Dr. Mike is my favorite for obvious reasons. He's the best, dude. That's crazy though, Emil. I did not 120 grams per hour is what you're taking in on those. We said biking mainly. That's quite a bit, because right now I'm taking in like 30 grams in like that first half hour, and I feel great. So I couldn't even imagine how much better I'd feel off quadruple that.
Exclusively so far about ways to manipulate what
Chris
goes
Williamson
into the body, but energy balance is what goes in versus what you expend. What do we need to know when it comes to how our body actually uses calories? G-flux theory, is that a thing? Is it a hypothesis?
What's G-flux?
Yeah,
I think that the way that was put across was the difference between taking in 3,500 and expending 2,500 and taking in 2,500 and expending 1,500 results in a very different type of physiology.
Yeah. Definitely hypothesis. Maybe even notion. I was in a cordial discussion with my friend Dr. Eric Helms, and I brought up the flux thing, and he was like, "Mike, shut up. That was a T-Nation article and nothing more. And I was like, fuck, he just clowned me.
Christian Thibodeau, what are you doing to me? God damn it.
He usually gives great advice. We all fuck up every now and
The
again.
upright
Half of
rows.
mine
You
is
need
bull.
the upright rows.
The accent alone, I'll believe anything he says.
Mm-hmm.
So there is something to that. But let me give you kind of the grand narrative here. There's something called the Panzer paradox, named after Hermann Panzer, its discoverer. And this is a gentleman that's actually, I think, trained as maybe like an ethnographer or an anthropologist or something like that. And he went around the world, various colleagues, and studied the physical activity levels of various peoples. Peoples of India, of Africa, of China, of indigenous tribes, of modern peoples. And he found that the levels of physical activity are almost the same for everyone. This is crazy. Ready? We do not have an inactivity epidemic in the modern world.
Sedentariness is not the big problem.
No. And if you actually live with indigenous tribes, unless they have to, they fucking sit around as long as they can and do diddly dick. Because you got to conserve calories. You go out to get calories when you're hungry, when there's an opportunity. Otherwise, why the fuck are you going out and walking around? There's absolutely variation there. Between individuals in any one culture, there are huge variations in physical activity. But on average, physical activity is neither the cause of the obesity epidemic nor the likely solution to the obesity epidemic. However, if you want your best tools brought to the game of your personal fat loss, what I would say is this. We can have 3 options for you in physical activity terms. Option 1, and this is a little bit to the G-flux situation, you eat very little, but you're very physically inactive. You're going to generate the same caloric net deficit as all the other 2 groups of people I'll talk about, 2 ways of doing things. It'll work. For some people, it works great. I code all day. I don't want to have to fucking exercise for 5 hours. Get out of my face. I'm not really a hungry person. I can just drink a Soylent shake when I'm coding and I'm golden. No problem. The second group are people that have a moderate to high level of physical activity. Something typified by, 10,000-ish steps per day, for example. Group 1 would be like 2,000 to 4,000 steps per day, aka the average American. And that group of people ends up having a situation where they can eat more food. And plenty of food, and that helps them stay more full. But they're so active that they burn lots of fat and lose the same amount of weight, and the physical activity is additive to their health outcomes, because physical activity is independently important for health, regardless of how skinny or fat you are. So that's a really good option. For most people, probably better than option number 1. Then there's a third option, what I like to nickname the grand illusion, and that is you continue to eat like the giant swine that you are. Taco Bell employees know you by name. They have your order ready for you every 3 hours. But you tell yourself, I'm just going to out-exercise this thing. I'm going to go to Kenya. I'm going to sign up for their marathon team. I'm going to hang out with those homies, and we're going to do the thing. The problem with that is this has been researched by Panzer's group and associated colleagues. This has been researched in athletics for a long time. When you ask consistently, and I mean weeks on end, for your body to have a very high throughput of activity, calories, something like north of 15 to 20,000 steps per day, every day on average. Your body doesn't like to do that. It makes you very tired. It's making you tired so that you sit the hell down and stop bothering it as much. And it works. If you gut through it, you've just chosen a way that is a way to lose fat that works exactly as well as option number 2, which is just moderately high at physical activity, nothing crazy, consistent, and a decent amount of food. But it's just way harder. And you suck up way more of your time exercising where you could be doing
eating
a
and
bunch
cooking.
And eating. Now, eating's fun, right? And who the hell cooks anymore, right? Trying to steel man the argument
butler.
here. Butlers, plural. I don't have one butler. I'm not poor. My God. If you don't want to change your eating habits and you think you're going to out-exercise your diet, we run into 2 problems. Problem 1 is what I just said. You're going to be so drained on energy, your life.
Pause real quick for Aiden. You don't need to do the loading phase, Aiden. Loading phase is a myth. Just 5 grams a day and you're chilling.
Life's going to suck. And you'll quit 99% of the time. Problem number 2 is it is easy to say, as what economist and philosopher Thomas Sowell has coined a term, notion. It's beyond, it's below hypothesis in its intellectual seriousness. Just a high idea you had at a party, not even couched to be tested like a hypothesis would be. And the notion is that I'll just like exercise so much, I'll eat whatever I want and I'll still lose weight. The thing is, though, if you do the math on that, and it's frightening math, you can take a mile run, throw back like 1 Twinkie, and goodbye calorie balance. Half a donut nukes like half a mile run or some crazy shit like that. And so it's perfectly fine to say out loud, well, I'm just going to eat whatever. But you can eat with a healthy appetite, and if really you mean whatever, and you like fast food and junk food and chips and crisps and all that, you can put down 4 or 5K calories a day, no problem. You ever see the average fast food meal? Like if you just go and have the number 2 or supersize,
so easy.
It's like 2,100 calories. But you have that 3 times a day. You've seen Supersize Me or whatever. It's like, holy shit. How do you out exercise that? Well, no, it's not just marathon runner pace. It's like 2 marathons a day. You're not
count those calories, OP.
So because
count
of that situation,
count the cows.
Option 2 is the preferred option. For some folks, option 1 works. Eating very little, exercising very little, totally cool. Exercise is good for you. You should probably get more of it, but it works. Option 2, moderate high levels of physical activity. Weight train a few times a week. Get an average of 10,000-ish daily steps or so. And eat a little bit less than you normally would. You're golden. Option 3, where you eat a ton of food, you don't change your ways, but you try to exercise a ton all the time. It just doesn't work in the real world for almost anyone.
We'll get back to talking to Mike in 1 minute, but
don't count what you're working off at the gym. Those calories don't matter, in my opinion. Like, all that matters is your total calories throughout the day that's below maintenance. Also, the scale is not always going to be so reflective of your the fat loss, especially if you're training hard at the gym and you're getting your protein in. Are you counting your protein and carbs and fats too? Because especially if you were or are strong, you're definitely going to be building muscle at the same time. It's more than possible to burn fat and build muscle at the same time, especially if you have fat to lose. So the scale is obviously important, but you being at or under 2K calories and you're training 4 to 5 times a week, I don't think that the scale is necessarily telling you your entire story. So stick to it. If you go for a month and then you don't lose any, then you might need to reassess something. But most likely you're doing some muscle building at the same time, and it may cause that scale to slow down a little bit. But you're doing it right. But just a week, 4 or 5 times, eating the same amount. If you're only weighing yourself once a week too, that could just be water, you know? And just give it another week, or maybe 2 at the most. You'll be fine. As long as you know that you're right or under 2K, and your training and you're getting your protein in, you're fine. You're fine. So the scale it's important, yes, but it doesn't always tell the full story.
5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase by going to the link in the show notes below.
Yeah, Aiden, you don't need to.
AG1.com.
Yes, it is, Glockta.
Wisdom. That's drink AG1.
Any tips for gaining weight? Yeah, you need to eat more calories than your body burns a day. It's that simple. It's you need to find a way to consistently get calories, dude. You most likely have a fast metabolism and have a hard time doing it. But it really is that simple. More calories, and you can't skip a day, especially if you have a fast metabolism.
.com/wisdom. There is asymmetric warfare between what you can put into your mouth and what you can burn in your body. And that's what the example about running half a mile to burn off half of a donut. Running half a mile is not easy. It sucks. And
unless it's to the donut shop. No, wait, then it also sucks.
yeah, Well, I guess you could run there half a mile, run back half a mile, burn it off.
Terrible.
No
one's going to do that.
Yeah, running back would hurt. But yeah, I as someone who's tried to find a way to defeat thermodynamics to get lean, just thinking like that, oh God, I hate being hungry. I hate this restrictive diet. I can't have any sauce on anything. Oh, this really, really sucks. I'll just exercise more. And the net outcome has usually been, I can't keep it up. I'm fatigued already.
It's exactly why I say don't count the calories that you burn from exercise. I get if you go to like a group fitness class and that's how they track things and it's cool, but don't justify food choices based off of calories burned during an exercise. Stay strict on your calories, and especially like with OP, your goal in the gym should be to build muscle and get stronger. And if you're getting your protein, even on a calorie deficit, you can definitely do it. So don't pay those calories any mind that you're burning.
I'm still not actually eating what I want in any case. If you were to create some sort of pie chart of what contributes to fat loss.
This is for weight loss only. We're not talking about extreme endurance athletes.
What would be the components and what would come from nutrition, calorie intake, exercise, whatever else?
Mm-hmm. If it's just your diet versus your physical activity, I'd say it's 70-30 or 80-20 diet versus physical activity, measured as real world explaining the variance of why people are lean. You take 1,000 people, some are really lean, some are really fat, and you try to see what is it that the lean people are doing more than the fat people. Other than obviating genetics aside, it's going to be like, yes, lean people are like a bit more physically active, a bit. And other than the morbidly obese, most people are plenty physically active. Here's another thing. If you weigh 240 pounds and you take 6,000 steps a day just because your parking lot's always full when you come to work, you know how much you burn walking when you weigh 240? It's
probably the same as 10,000 from someone who weighs 180.
Oh yeah, 100%. Maybe even more than that. And so you look at who's really getting leanest, and it's mostly those people eat differently. So diet is just, it's a bigger lever.
It's more direct.
100%. It's like if you were, trying to support a country's military to beat another country, and you're like, you get to pick one weapon system, and we'll give you the top of the line. We'll give you logistics. We'll give you support. We'll give you maintenance. Do you want the newest rifle, or do you want the newest air superiority fighter? You're like, I'll take the jet, please. So the rifle matters, but moot point.
Okay, getting on to energy expenditure, cardio. What do people need to know about cardio for fat loss?
It sucks. Next question. So cardio is best seen in most cases outside of a sport context, because then it's cardio for sports, totally different. You do what you have to do. Cardio is best seen as, I need to burn a certain number of calories to get me to that moderate high level. And I have a couple of considerations. One is preference, one is convenience, one is time cost, and a few others. And so if you think there's something magical to the step mill or to driving to the gym and getting on the cycle ergometer or incline walking or something, you're going to be in for a rude awakening.
There's so many ins and outs to this. I love this part.
Just your step count
I'm going to love
can
this
get
part.
you as lean as your dietary adherence and genetics are capable of getting you. Cardio is a way to burn calories. Any kind of physical activity is roughly equivalent for it. You just measure the amount of time that you're doing it. To me, the two big factors that stand out, maybe three: sustainability, enjoyment, and time cost competing with other activities through the day. On these three, step tracker and step counting is like a huge deal. I don't want to oversell it, but it kind of wins on all counts. Why? If you have to get 11,000 calories every day as part of your plan, that's what my current amount.
11,000 calories?
Good God, 11,000. That's right. Where's the KFC? 11,000 steps a day.
Okay. I was like,
babies this big don't fit.
What ends up happening is, can I get on the treadmill?
Riding Max, thank you for the 25 months, yo.
Sure.
You're dope. Appreciate you.
But also, I can talk to Mr. Nick Shaw, CEO of RP, and do a business meeting while I'm hands-free on my phone and walk around my backyard. I can take a walk with my wife. I can walk the dog. I can go to the grocery store. I can pace around. I can do every activity of daily living that actually accomplishes something else. And it's always adding to my step count.
Right. So the advantage of steps walking is that it is not constraining as many other things that you can do as sitting on a assault bike
and doing nothing but that.
Correct. Yeah. Understood.
And it can actually empower those things. Take two scenarios. One is a person is doing only pre-planned cardio. They're on the elliptical for 30 minutes a day to burn whatever number of calories, and they don't track anything else. They do the elliptical. Their husband comes home late from work, and he goes, hey, I got to run to the store. Do you want to come? Wife's tired. You go, honey. It's okay. Husband's alone at the store. He sees a woman that's marginally more attractive. You know the rest. That's it. Divorce, post-nup.
The elliptical caused my brain.
That's it. The alternative view is if you're doing step tracking, you can go to the store and not have to worry about how tired you're going to be from cardio. Because once people check box their cardio, the human body, when it's under caloric constraint for
insane, Verba,
is really, really finicky and cheap, and it wants to make sure you don't spend anything else. So once you've done your cardio for the day, you just sit on the couch and you do this. Not ideal. But if you have a step tracker, everything counts. So if your kids are like, mommy, play with us, you're like, well, shit, I'll just go over my steps today, and tomorrow I can take a bigger break. Everything you do, this is
a pretty healthy way to look at it.
Your steps in the same way as you would see calories across a week.
Yes. Absolutely. Some days you step a bit more, some days a bit less. Some days you eat a bit more, some days a bit less.
So you're aggregating that across a week.
Totally. That's the thing that matters in the end. Now, you don't want to get too crazy where you don't move at all and then you have a day of 40,000 steps. Yeah. It's unsustainable.
It's the same as the alternate day fasting thing in some ways.
Yeah, which some people love apparently. But if you catch me at 8 p.m. of the day I'm fasting, don't catch me because...
What about the different impact that intensity of cardio has on the body? I've heard about the afterburn effect.
Yeah.
Well, surely you're not going to get that if you're just lollygagging in zone 2 as you saunter down the road for 11,000 steps, plodding.
You walk to a chair from your living room couch, you sit down, you're like, afterburn. So, great question. The afterburn effect, or EPOC as it's known, excess post-exercise oxygen consumption, is colloquially one of the most overrated things in exercise science. It's just not that big of a deal. It adds up a little over time, but the way you get crazy EPOC is you do like repeat hill sprints or insanely highly damaging whole body lifting workouts. Then you see, couple dozen, maybe 100 or 2 extra calories burned over a 24-hour period, but over 100 extra calories burned is already a real big deal, very unlikely. And so the intensity of the exercise, as far as aggregate ability to burn fat and lose weight, basically doesn't matter. What's much more of a concern is sustainability. If you think you have to run, jog for cardio because it's intense and it's going to burn that fat in a super special way, and your knees start to hurt, you stop jogging. There goes your diet plan. But you probably aren't going to injure yourself walking or swimming or doing an elliptical. And if you like to do those things, even though they don't occur at 5,000 miles an hour, not dunking a basketball for reps or some kind of crazy high intensity shit, it's going to burn the same number of calories because the afterburn effect is so small. And if you're lifting weights, you get that anyway. It's not a thing. So you made kind of a great point earlier where the sort of diet versus activity, one of those is really much more responsible. How many calories your physical activity burns is so much grander scheme of a thing than how much afterburn it causes that I just wouldn't really worry about the afterburn much. I would worry about, like, is this kind of physical activity schedule something I can do today, tomorrow, next week, next month? If that's the case, that's your shit. And to that end, I would encourage some people who get bored of just walking to do a couple different things. You can do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you can do Thai boxing, you can do regular boxing, you can do the Zumba class at your gym, you can do swimming, you can do cycling, you can do running, you can do the elliptical, you can walk some days. As long as you're getting the calories going some way, it can be as monotonous as you like. Some people, they do a podcast, they walk around the block 18 times, they love it, they want nothing else. That's me. Other people, they need some different stuff. Different is great. What you don't want to do is do the same thing over and over that you hate, especially if it's high impact and high intensity. Like every time your feet hit the concrete, your knees are like, I hate you. What the are you doing to me? And you're like, well, my knees are gone, but I'm leaner. Not sustainable, not good. But if running
Makes
twice
sense.
a week is fine, as long as you swim and bike and maybe walk the other days and your total aggregate calories are the same, then you're really in a winning formula.
It's going to be slightly difficult for some people to work out, okay, I did 10,000 steps. Dr. Mike said, do 10,000 steps. You can do 10,000 steps, but I just did pickleball for an hour. What's that? Am I counting my steps? In pickleball, I ran. Presumably running 10,000 steps burns more calories than walking 10,000 steps. Do I count my steps there? How do you think about factoring in cardio?
Let's pause it right here. It's like he called you out, and then Daniel on the side is like, you probably wouldn't recommend running daily. It all depends on your goals. If your goal is strictly fat loss, that's what this is about, then it is much more about your like how the long-term ability to do it than it is how intense it is. If your goal is to run a marathon, then you can't run a marathon without running. You know, so you have to be smart on your journey to get there, but you're just talking about two different things there.
Output to compare it or comparatively to your 11,000 steps.
Yeah. There's two ways to do it I think are good. I'm sure there are others. One is you go onto the one of 5 trillion free online counters that adjust for all these things, and you can just get the calories and adjust for almost everything. There are hilarious pictures of back in the 70s and 80s. They did a lot of measurement of calorie expenditure in real world activities. So you got this guy with a full-on gas mask with tubes into an oxygen pack and carbon collection pack, and he's golfing. Like, how many calories do you burn golfing? Holy shit, you golfing in space?
Yeah.
So they've done all that work, so you can get all those formulas. No, but you don't need the formulas. You just type it into an online calculator.
I golfed for 4 hours. How many calories did I burn?
They'll tell you. Body weight, blah, blah, blah. You're good to go. That gets annoying a little bit. So a better alternative probably is to give yourself average daily step goal. And if you know you're a person that also likes to do pickleball, I don't know what the that is.
Shut up.
What is it? I actually don't know what it is.
It's like tennis for old people or paddle for poor people.
Right. My Wimbledon ranked tennis instructor tells me I don't need to worry about things like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He only works for me.
On
he
you.
stopped playing. He also, no, the massage guy does that. Chris, we run a professional organization here. I was going to say a bunch of jokes that were all going to get us canceled. And anyway, let's say you're pretty physically active. You do some pick up this, you do some pick up that, you walk more, you do this and that. Maybe set your goal at 8,000 steps. Every day on average, you get 8,000 steps. I'll give an example with my wife. My wife trains multiple times a week in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Hardcore. She's an addict now. It's scary because she's going to kill me sooner or later. If I ever turn up dead, she's suspect number 1. I want this official in public. And some days she'll just do her 10,000 steps. Other days she'll do 8,000 steps, which is like maybe a minimum for her. And then she'll do jiu-jitsu for an hour live rolling with psychotic, insane people. That burns way more calories than just the steps alone. But because she always hits 10,000 a week on average, any extra jiu-jitsu is extra, and she loses weight a little faster. If she's tired, she'll ease up on the jiu-jitsu and do more technique stuff and not as much live rolling. So if you're a person that knows you're pretty physically active outside of walking, I'd still do walking and do a tracker and just peg it at 8K or 7K. That's my average, and I know I work on top of that. But if you are a person who does nothing else, peg your steps at 10 or 11K a day, and like there's no pickleball anywhere because that's not a real sport. I swear to God, you made that up.
I'm going to guess as well that having a more consistent number of steps that you take every single day means that you don't need to reset that habit. How many did I do? I did that thing to carry the 3 and sort of cross this over. I certainly found that with any diets that were inconsistent, any training plans that were inconsistent, even any productivity days. Like sometimes on a Monday, coming back after a weekend feels really great because I've taken a little bit of time. Then sometimes I'm like, I got to restart the beast a little bit after I had a couple of days where I was chilling out. So I think maintaining consistency in the things that don't fatigue you or ideally rejuvenate you at least a little bit, that seems to make sense to me.
It makes 100% sense. Consistency is an enormous superpower in a fat loss diet. because consistency means honoring the plan you chose. And when you lose weight for long enough and get lean enough, every fiber of your being starts to tell you, do anything but this. Train less, eat more, reconsider. Maybe you can stop your diet today. You can pick it up next week. No big deal. If the consistency is there and you do more or less similar things every day, every week, just do the thing and the results will happen.
What about the role of resistance training during a fat loss protocol?
Super. Resistance training doesn't really help you lose weight. It does in the sense that it burns calories, but it doesn't burn a crazy amount of calories. It's a good amount, but nothing too insane. Resistance training builds and preserves your muscle tissue. So if I have someone lose 15 pounds over the course of 12 weeks, reasonable for a larger sized person, they don't resistance train at all. Many of the Ozempic studies showed something like this. They'll lose half of that will be muscle, maybe 5 pounds will be muscle, 10 pounds will be fat if you're lucky. You're healthier, you look better, your blood work is better, you feel better. It's not amazing. If you resistance train, and you've been resistance training consistently already, almost all of that weight loss will be fat.
Yeah,
maybe
Jamie.
like 13 pounds of it. And only 2 pounds of lost muscle. And because you keep resistance training after, you regain that 2 pounds back like 3 weeks later. And then so measured at 3 weeks after you finish that 12-week diet, you lost, 13-ish pounds of fat and no muscle. Visually, health-wise, feeling-wise, night and day. Here's a real kicker. If it's your first time losing fat and you don't train with weights, starting to train with weights while you start to kind of clean up your diet and lose a little fat, you can gain pounds of muscle while losing pounds of fat.
I thought it was impossible to lose fat and gain muscle at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of people misinterpret more difficult than average to mean impossible. It's like saying flight is impossible and then a helicopter goes by. Like, bullshit.
Fuck you.
So a really good example of this recently in the media was UFC president Dana White. Dana White had an unreal transformation. His health markers are through the roof. And I think he lost something like a total of maybe 35 pounds on the scale. But because he started taking weight training very seriously during that time, he must have gained anywhere from 5 to 15 pounds of muscle. I mean, 15 is a bit extreme, but I'm willing to go 5 to 10 for sure, just guessing. And that means he actually lost maybe 45 pounds of fat while gaining muscle. So he didn't go from, with all total respect, looking like, geez, is Dana going to be okay? Not really. Geez, Dana's really enjoying his wealth kind of look.
Yeah, it was that opulent weight.
My man, that Caesar type of shit.
Yeah.
Other people feed
me.
Yeah,
the biggest concern is gout.
Exactly. Again. So is this something wine can cure?
Yeah,
Jesus. He could have gone from that with no resistance training to like, oh, Dana White lost weight. And that's nice to hear. But he went from that to like, yo, what the fuck? Dana is Superman. When the hell is he getting in the octagon? You feel me? That's a big deal. It's a big deal at deep health markers. It's a big deal at how you feel. Some people feel weaker after a diet because they lost a bunch of muscle. You gain muscle or maintain it through a diet, you feel stronger after a diet. And the look, and since I'm on the Modern Wisdom podcast, I can say this and it's fit for purpose. How attractive you are to yourself, fuck everybody else, matters. And if you lose exclusively or mostly fat, shit, even gain some muscle during that time, you transform your attractiveness, in most cases, up a bunch of notches.
It's a positive feedback cycle for yourself as well, as opposed to going from, God, I was overweight to, well, I'm not overweight anymore, but I'm not.
Oh, they called me out, dude.
Yeah, emaciated.
And look, most people prefer.
Yeah, that's kind of what you were just saying, Sage. Kind of what you were just saying. But that's why when I've talked about, people have asked on this cut too, Like, aren't I worried about losing muscle tissue? Not at all. Not at all. And I don't think that I have lost really any, just because my training has progressively gotten better and better and more progressive overload, and I've just been on with my protein and sleep consistently. So it's kind of like he's saying, if you are resistance training while in a calorie deficit, you not only will lose mostly fat, but you can build muscle at the same time, especially if you have weight to lose. No problem.
Bodies that are smaller and slimmer. That's just a statistical fact. But even more people prefer fit bodies for themselves and definitely for other people. So if you resistance train when you're losing weight, and yes, this is a message to almost all modern women that are in their 40s and 50s, get in the weight room, lift weights hard, get a good personal trainer, download the RP Hypertrophy app, link in bio. What? Did I just say something? And while you clean up your diet, while you lose fat, what you can do is see a completely transformative effect. And no, you will not turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger by accident overnight. I mean, I used to be biologically female and 120 pounds body weight yesterday. And it took 1 day for me to do this.
Dude, that's my favorite psyop is the one that women give to themselves, which is, if I lift weights, I will become too jacked. Meanwhile,
definitely, Jamie. Yeah.
Desperately been lifting weights for approaching 2 decades now, in the hopes that one day I might look remotely like I do.
Someone will be able to tell I work out at the store.
I'm like, the chance that you're going to wake up one day and become Arnie, given how hard me and all of my friends have worked at doing that, and still not achieved it, is zero. You don't need to worry.
It's real close to zero. It's one of these things where they're doing it at like 2 orders of magnitude less serum testosterone as well. All women are hypogonadal. If you're a female and you show up, the doc, and you're like, hey, my testicles don't produce testosterone. He's going to do blood work. And he's like, oh my God, you're right. You have almost no testosterone. You're not the candidate for rabid muscle growth. What's going to happen is you're going to diet down, and you're going to look less like you're sick at the end and more like you look healthy and vital and like a little young bebopper. Like, you know, when younger women almost don't walk, they kind of just bounce around, that like shit they have, you can have that. It's called muscle mass. It changes the shape of your body. It does this to your ass. It makes your legs look awesome. It does everything wonderful, and it does not turn you into Arnold Schwarzenegger overnight. It's a huge deal.
Are there any specifics when it comes to training during a fat loss phase, resistance-wise? We did a great breakdown that everyone can go and watch.
Important one.
How to train for muscle growth. Are there any adjustments when you're in a deficit?
For most people, no. If you are at the very end of an insane fat loss phase, if you're a competition bodybuilder, you might want to try to reduce the amount of load you're lifting by a little and increase the repetitions, just because it's the same hypertrophic drive on average, but you're marginally reducing the risk of injury by a tiny little bit. It's also, through some biochemical mechanisms, easier to maintain your muscular endurance and improve it as you're dieting down than it is to maintain or increase your strength. And so that is like a very exotic concern for almost everyone. Is just kind of the same resistance training as we talked about in our earlier video all the time.
Should people be trying to increase the weight and the reps that they're doing as they go through fat loss? Should they have it in the back of their mind? I might get a bit tired, you know, I'm 4 weeks in, I'm 8 weeks in, I'm 12 weeks in. What about dealing with the mental pain of maybe not being the progress of strength, not going in quite the direction that you want?
Great question. The RP Hypertrophy app does that for you. Mike, seriously, shut the hell up about your stupid app. You should anticipate that the rate of progression is going to decline. Maybe you've been really gunning it for a while and adding 5 pounds to the bar and everything every week. And when you're not adding weight, you might be able to add 2 reps to the exercise. Especially at the tail end of a fat loss phase, try to aim for adding 2.5 pounds to the bar every week, and maybe adding a rep every week. Or if you're pretty advanced and things really slow down, every other week go up by 2.5 pounds or a rep, and every other week just maintain. And so instead of trying to gain at a fast rate, you're trying to either gain at a very slow rate, and in the end, you win some, you lose some, and you end up maintaining. But you still got to try to push it. What you don't want to do is start trying less hard to really take it to the teeth when you're in a fat loss phase, because the total catabolic muscle destroying, muscle burning stimulus is high as fuck now. You got to fight against it by keeping your training volume up, of course, within the ability to recover, which is going to decline. You still have to test your limits a little bit, because if you train easy and you diet really hard for fat loss, you might lose some muscle still. If you train as hard as you're capable of, you might lose no muscle and maybe gain a little. If you train or try to train as hard as you were when you were massing, you'll just overreach and have to deload every third week, and that might not be a fun experience.
Abs. How do people get abs?
It's something you download at the Google Play Store. Oh, abs. I wouldn't know anything about that. No personal experience.
Right
Next
here.
Question.
Right here, Jeff. I can
abs are
post
one
it
of
on X
those
maybe.
80-20 things, but in this case, it's like 95-5. Every single human has abdominal muscles, except for people that are involved in tragic accidents or something like that. And almost always and almost everywhere, the reason you can't see yours is because your layer of fat on top of them is too much. And there's this term from bodybuilding that's really great. It's abs are made in the kitchen, not the weight room and not on the cardio machine. And it's fucking true. If you just impose a caloric deficit through moderate activity, good resistance training, you can train your abs or you cannot. It doesn't really matter. And your body fat winnows down to a small amount, you're going to have whatever kind of abs you have shaped down there. Many people have 6-packs. Some even have 8-packs. I have like a 2.5-pack or some shit like that. No, God. But it's almost all that calorie deficit, just straight up getting lean. I would love to dispel a mega myth. People who have a high level of body fat, who want to find out how to do some exercise or eat some food that's going to give them abs. They ain't none for you. It doesn't exist. It's just the layer of fat that's keeping us from seeing your abs. Now, if you do get lean enough and find that instead of those like hunk romance novel abs where the woman's like grating her face on the guy's abs and he is like a unicorn or whatever. I don't read too many romance novels. You've been featured on a few covers, haven't you?
Yeah.
Against your will. Still in a copyright dispute. Nasty legal battle. You may find that instead of having those ravioli,
they're trying to get you, Gats.
You have just kind of like semblance of abs, but they're real flat. The cool thing about that is you have a really small waist, which is sweet, aesthetically, universally considered attractive. Near universally. There's a community of gay folks that are in the hairy bear culture that if you have a gut with abs, you're the fuck.
Now we're talking about your market.
Yes. Bow to your leader, folks. When I grow my hair out, I can't go around the gay club because I just get just pulled in.
Yep.
In any case, it's cool. It's a cool look to have just kind of like no crazy abs. But some people are like, damn it, I wanted abs. For those folks, training abs works exactly the same way as any other hypertrophy training. We covered that in the last video. 2 to 4 times a week training, multiple sets, close to failure, full range of motion, big stretch, increasing loads and reps over time, the same. The planks, the Supermans, all that bullshit, the twists, it does stuff. But if you want big abs, you just go about it like you would get big calves, big forearms, big shoulders, big anything. Consistent resistance training, that's the way to get it. And then don't just train abs during your fat loss plan. If in a year from now you want thick abs, start training them now. The last 12 weeks of that year, you're going to diet away the fat, then your abs will be eaten good, they'll get real thick, and then they're going to reveal themselves as meaty. But if you just train abs during the fat loss phase, they'll grow a little bit because they're new to the shit, but it's not going to be super impressive.
And I'm the huge fan of like the planks and the Supermans and all that stuff, but different goals, I guess he's trying to have thick abs for a bodybuilding show. I'm trying to have a very functional core that doesn't get injured. So just different styles of training, different reasons why.
Does training abs make them more visible at higher body fat percentages?
Yeah, for sure.
That seems good. That seems like a reason to train them.
If you're interested in being at a high body fat percentage.
Well, higher body fat percentage.
I'm kidding. I'm being a dick. Totally. But it also gives you like more of a pooch kind of look, which you may or may not be into. It's a concern for folks that are, no offense meant, on kind of the smaller side of things. For them, maybe that's a cool thing. For folks that train with weights at your level, below your level, quite a bit through your level and above, the compound exercises and kind of stuff makes your abs so goddamn big to begin with. It's like a drop in the puddle for extra ab training. Like right now, I have ravioli abs. I have abs right now if I'm relaxed and I just genetically have like a gut. My gut has fucking abs. I have a six-pack when I'm relaxed now with the veins in it. And so people are like, what do you do for abs? I'm like, I don't train abs. They're like, why
You don't?
not? No, absolutely not. When I transition away from bodybuilding in a few years to try and become really, really good at jiu-jitsu, good for my purposes, not anyone else's. I suck in general. I'm going to start training abs, not for the purpose of having abs, but for the purpose of developing a much stronger anterior chain, the ability to do this, because in jiu-jitsu, that's a big deal. Yeah. Then I'm going to be training abs. But for now, abs are just a waste of time for me because they're absolutely big enough for contest bodybuilding, which is my current pursuit. And I would just be wasting literal time and recovery energy on training abs.
I suppose just to try and sort of speak to the layperson, you've got what, 4 shows this year? 4 or 5 shows?
The plan is to do about 4 shows.
Okay, so you have 4 individual days this year with which you're going to be very, very lean, and your abs will be displayed unbelievably well given the low level of body fat. I'm going to guess that most people like the idea. I know that for most of my 20s, what I wanted was to have abs. Right? I didn't care about being lean. I don't hold that much weight in my face. I look sort of relatively lean in my arms in any case, so it didn't really matter. So I wanted abs. So if training abs allows me to have abs, visible abs, at a slightly higher body fat percentage, I achieve my leanness goal, which was visible abs, without having to diet myself down quite so hard.
Brilliant. I'm going to say right now, first of all, that works, and I encourage people to do it. Second of all, they should do it conventional resistance training approaches. Exercises that work, full range of motion, lengthened exercises. For example, one of the best ab exercises, and there's tons of them, is the ab wheel, the rollout. Fucking brutal. And it really tenses your abs at long lengths, which grows them like crazy. Isometric work for the abs generally isn't that great. So I would say if you want that, train abs, train them 2 to 4 times a week. Essentially train them right. Don't train them as a special group. Because people say about, like, how do I get my biceps bigger? And I was going, like, how do I get my abs bigger? Like, same shit, motherfucker. But lastly, what I would say is the effect on how visible your abs are versus your body fat is very small. So you're not going to see your abs at 22% body fat and give a shit how big they are. Realistically, they just don't get that big. 1, 2, maybe 3% body fat difference. Could there be a visual difference there? Yeah, potentially, but you need years of training your abs to get to that kind of look.
Understood. It's the first time that I've trained as consistently as I have over the last, so far this year, like 5 months, and not done any direct ab work. And also not, to be honest, been tracking calories all that much, although I've been on like a hardcore fucking FODMAP SIBO thing, so that's kind of just been built in.
Auto diet.
Yeah, precisely, just boring diet. But for I always presumed that lower ab vascularity, like waistband vascularity, was something that came about due to the dieting that I was doing and the ab work that I was doing. It's like I'm adamant that that's the case. Right now, I've got a shit ton of lower ab vascularity, and I'm like, I'm not dieting that hard. My weight's dropped a little bit, but it's not dropped that much. Where the fuck is this coming from? And I was like, oh, I've been training legs, like very aggressively with quite a long eccentric pause on everything for 5 months. And I think that kind of shows, at least as an N of 1,
sure,
what you were saying.
You're bearing down to keep the intra-abdominal pressure. That's a lot of ab work right there. And it adds up. Any one squat or set of squats is not that much ab work. It's an isometric. It's like a Superman hold. It's kind of a fucking waste of time. But if you do that bracing for almost every exercise, 5 times that you go to the gym, you're training your abs for like 5 hours every week. That adds up.
Are there any supplements that offer an edge for fat loss?
Okay, before we get into that one. Sleeper's about to get jacked again. Let's go, dude. Olympia competitors try to enter sports. What do you mean try to enter sports? No, they would not be super athletes. Most people that are standing on the Olympia stage can't do almost anything outside of a gym. They're all-stars in the gym. When they leave, they can't really do much. The muscles are almost too big to have any sort of functional strength or use to them. They would get destroyed in almost every single sport. And also the best way to get good at these sports is to do the sport. You can't just like go from Mr. Olympia stage. Now you want to be a world-class wrestler and stand on the Olympic stage. It's just not going to work. You know, you don't have the explosive strength. Your muscles don't know how to really move together as one unit because everything's so isolated. So no. I think about the constrained energy model. They were actually just talking about that at the beginning, I believe, Jack, or it was another video that I was watching. It's definitely a thing. It's just mostly your body's own kind of way to maintain and conserve energy. He kind of brought it up with like the 10,000 steps a day. And if you're doing, let's say you get all of your 10,000 steps in right away, I guess I was twisted a little bit. And then somebody asks you to go somewhere later, your body's probably pretty tired if that's like its max energy that it wants to expend that day. And you're just like, oh, I'm good. I don't need to go. I'm chilling. With the more and more like you get better at things as well. Like I'll give myself an example. Running like 4 to 5 miles a day, 6 days a week, I noticed that my body has to use a lot less energy to do basic things. Like if the energy that I need to expend to go on a 2-mile walk after stream is significantly less than it was 6 months ago when I was like 240 pounds, not really running because I couldn't. I would just constantly get shin splints and this and that. That was kind of like the energy that my body needed to burn during the day was just going on walks and rucks. But now it's just like walking for a couple miles almost feels like nothing. Like I could go to sleep afterwards. So your body just gets better at doing things as well. Just kind of how it adapts to any sort of training at the same time. No, I don't lift with any of that stuff, McCates. I have lifted with belts in the past when I get to like 90% of a 1 rep max, but maybe a little less than that. But usually no wrist straps almost ever. And grip strength has been a strength of mine since I was young. I can't remember when or who I heard it from, but it was some bodybuilder that just had massive forearms that said he never used wrist straps. Or it was a power lifter that just didn't use wrist straps. And it's like, okay, I don't need wrist straps. And ever since I made that decision when I was in my teens, my grip strength has always been a strength. Always. So I just recommend that to pretty much everybody. Just throw away the straps. Unless you have such weak forearms that you're failing a couple sets into your back exercises and you need the straps to get any sort of back workout, then, you know, you're probably going to have to. The goal is to get away from straps. You don't want your forearms to be that weak. They need to be able to keep up with your back training. But I understand if you need to use them to actually get a back workout.
The modern anorectics like Ozempic and tirzepatide, absolutely. Man, you know,
supplements for weight loss,
various stimulants, caffeine, a couple of other ones, yohimbine, etc. They have a marginal effect on reducing appetite, improving mental clarity and focus. If they don't interfere with your sleep, you can take them. The problem with stimulants is that you develop a tolerance to them quite quickly. When you're ending the diet, which I'd love to talk about as far as how to transition out, because that's super important. When you're ending a diet and you have to manage your stimulant use again and you maybe come off of them, you get radical rebound hunger. And just, you know, stimulants are just...
because it's suppressing your appetite artificially. Right.
And so you don't want 5 monsters every day anymore. You're like, pull out the monsters and you're like, dude, brownies instead.
Yeah, Drax, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Is like, you know, you have like a circuit board with a little nail and you're like, giant hammer. And it's like, oh, it hit all the other stuff. So as far as real supplements that just straight up work for fat loss.
Protection can mean shielding those you love. It can also mean opening.
They kind of don't exist. If you have the yohimbines and the other things, they can kind of add a little bit to the thing.
What's yohimbine?
It's like a stimulant derivative sort of thing, and it has some cool health effects. It burns a little bit of body fat, but this is something that you just don't write home about. It's this teeny little thing. So bodybuilders will take it.
The 1-2%.
They'll take ephedra. They'll take other stuff, and it all works. It just works a bit, and it has quite a few side effects. And the stuff that doesn't have a ton of side effects generally just doesn't tend to work that much. Mm-hmm. Big Pharma won this one. The ultimate supplement, quote unquote, to a fat loss diet are the modern, what they're called really is anorectics. I like to take people away from terming them GLP agonists or GLP-1s, because it's already not true for tirzepatide. It's GLP-1 plus GIP, and for retatrutide it's glucagon as well. And so anorectic is the general term for drugs that make you less hungry, and that's how they work.
Anorectic.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. And so modern anorectics, because there used to be some back in the day that were also stimulant based, like
Fen-Phen,
Sibutramine.
That
fucked up a lot of people. Sibutramine was quite healthy, but the regulatory agencies didn't think it was quite as safe as they wanted. It probably was, but they got wigged out about it. It's a stimulant derivative, so it's got some side effects, dry mouth, etc. The trade name for the drug was Meridia. It was a cool drug, not approved for use in the United States, I don't believe. It's approved for use in Europe. Of course, you cavalier Europeans like, oh, we'll take anything. But the modern day anorectics, currently the GLP and etc. Group of drugs, they're just fucking good. Now, do they have side effects? Yes. Can they be managed with how you do your diet? Almost completely. Are they not for some people? Totally. Do they have really tiny downside risks in some cases? Yeah, they do. Every drug has that. But are they just, as a general rule, insanely effective and make dieting 50 trillion times easier? Yeah.
So do fat burners not work?
Fat burners work, but they burn this little bunch of fat, and they just make you super anxious and awake at night.
Right.
Most fat burners are stimulant-based. Non-stimulant fat burners are...
It's just caffeine and yohimbe, like you were saying.
At current time. And so, yeah, it's just like how much caffeine can you cram in an energy drink is most of the question with fat burners. A pill you can take that doesn't wig you out, that burns fat in enough of a margin that you can tell in a realistic diet, is just not around.
Okay. Given this
coming from the supplement market,
easy to follow,
their
format
BS
that you've explained about how much food you're putting in your face, about where you should portion this, prioritizing protein, looking at how much exercise that you're doing, tracking steps, trying to keep it consistent. Why do so many people fail at diets?
Yeah, it's a good question. Jeez. I think, as we've seen with the anorectic drug trials, semaglutide, tirzepatide, retatrutide, other drugs, when you take away, or better put, reduce substantially hunger drive, almost everyone loses a bunch of weight. It's also precisely the reason that we've seen obesity trend up, is because there's tons of super palatable, super tasty food. Over historical time, if you reverse that, like people in the 1950s probably didn't have any more average willpower than people today. We like to romanticize and think they did, probably didn't. And so most people fail diets because evolution designed most of us to fail diets. It's a similar question to if you take a bunch of 22-year-old dudes and you put them into a controlled facility, I don't want to say prison, but a scientific research facility, and you tell them no wanking, that's what you guys call it in the UK, and you stretch it out for 60 days, you're going to ask a real weird question. How come everyone started wanking after a while? They failed. Because evolution designed you that at some level of sex drive is just going to turn you fucking wild, and you're going to do the thing. Same idea for diets. I don't think there's a necessary extra level of causal inference we have to make. I think most of the reason people screw up on diets is because food tastes really goddamn good and they get fucking hungry and they're like, fuck this. Now, you can architect your preparation for a diet to try to minimize that. Being around people in your family and friends group that are at least neutral and hopefully supportive of your diet versus actively trying to be like, come on, have a French fry. That's terrible. Getting rid of the junk food in your home and eat out less, or have places you eat out where you know exactly what to order and it works part of your diet. A big one is not having Napoleonic goals. If I say to myself, in 1 month, I'm going to lose 30 pounds of fat, I'm almost certainly going to fail. And it wasn't any crazy explanation other than the fact that, like, I should have made it 15 pounds and made the goal 3 months. The magnitude of depravity and hunger per any day is now like 6 times less. And then every day is sustainable. I'm not trying to crash and burn. So a ton of people crash and burn. Another reason, and it all threads into eventually they just eat junk food and stop. So it's all the core reason is still the tasty food. Another reason is a lot of people actually do well with diets. The vast majority of people will lose weight on diets. The vast majority of those people will regain it back. Why? Because most people don't have a habitual reference intake pattern, a diet they do that allows them to stay healthy and lean and isn't radically different from what they do normally. For example, a lot of the folks that have used RP, like the RP Diet Coach app, it is you eat 3 to 6 meals a day and it portions it out into proteins and healthy carbs and healthy fats. People will eat it and be like, this is the diet I'm losing to lose fat. Like, I'm just going to do it. I don't give a shit how hard it is. But after they're done with it, and this happens even more in our private coaching, they're like, wait, if I just add a bit of junk food to this every now and again, this is a maintenance plan. I know how to eat now. I know how to put together meals of protein and carbs and healthy fats. I know what I'm doing at the grocery store. I can even eat out, and I know how to make core good meals. But a lot of people who fail diets, their idea of a diet is cabbage soup and protein shakes. And then when the diet ends, they go back to what? What are their habits? The same shit they used to do. What gets you the same results you used to have? Same shit you used to do. They go back into the world. They start doing Taco Bell again. They blow up. Do the diet. Diet works. Stop the diet. Diet reverts. If you can, from the diet, take some healthy habits that aren't just psychotic things you only do on a diet, knowing how to build a meal of a core of protein, healthy protein, veggies, knowing how to time it, getting into the habit of eating every 4 to 6 hours, knowing how to shop at the store, knowing what to order at a restaurant, practicing saying, you know what, I don't want 18 trillion pounds of French fries. If you do that on a diet, all you need to do is layer in a bit of bullshit and junk food every now and again, and now that's your maintenance. You constrict it a little bit if you're gaining weight again. You loosen it up if you lose weight again, and then you can for years and indefinitely maintain that new healthy lean you. But many people who do diets, they never build the habits to begin with, which is one of the reasons why fad dieting is so terrible. This new weird stuff you're never going to sustain. Listen, here's the thing. Keto, carnivore, great ways to diet.
I was just going to mention keto.
And for many people like Joe Rogan, a lifestyle. Awesome. But for many people, they're like, I'm doing keto to lose weight. Okay, so you're just never going to eat a lot of breads, because if you told Joe Rogan, for example, like, hey man, so you're really good with just like having an occasional bread and pasta every few months when you're on business trips with people, and otherwise you just like stick to your elk or whatever. He's like, yep, I love it. Frank down the street, he's going to be like, well, no, I do the keto diet, then I lose weight. What are you going to do after that, Frank? Elk all the time? He's like, oh, fuck that. I'm going to Olive Garden. I'm like, guess who's going to come back then? Old fat Frank again. It's the lack of those core abilities to have that habit of good eating, and the fad diets do not help that at all.
So I say this about keto all the time. First off, Reed Boy loves mobile games. Thank you for the 10 months, dude. You're dope. Fake Reed Boy. I say this about keto all the time. When like trying to build an eating plan, it should be an eating plan that you can do for the rest of your life. You should be trying to find things that you always enjoy eating, that you always feel good from, that fit your calorie goals. And keto doesn't do that. You don't learn anything about yourself during keto, except that eating this very specific way, which is not good for you long term, helps you lose weight. And then once again, as soon as you get off of it, you immediately go back and you haven't learned a thing about yourself. So that's why I always try to steer people clear of keto, even though it can be beneficial short term. It's not something that you can constantly do. And once again, you don't really learn anything about your own body. You learn that, like I said, you can lose weight with this hormone that happens when you take out all the carbs. But what happens when you add them back in? Like I said, because you can't cut them out completely. It takes the testosterone and brain function to completely cut out carbs. You can completely cut out carbs. It's fine. He's just talking about I would say fats are much more important for your testosterone than carbs are. And your brain needs fats, and your body can, as long as your calories are where they should be, your body can turn whatever it needs to into the fuel that your brain or your hormones or testosterone needs. So it's not, protein is the most important as far as making sure that you're getting it. And then he was saying earlier in this that the carbs and the fats that make up the rest of your total calories throughout the day, it doesn't really matter what percentages they are. One could be 90%, the other 10, or vice versa, 90 and 10. As long as you're hitting your calories, your body can do whatever it needs to do as far as conversion within your own body to make sure that everything's running properly.
If appetite and hunger are primarily to blame.
Yeah, and once again, for you, Mike, carnivore is totally fine. He didn't kind of go into either of them. Carnivore is totally fine. You can be on carnivore for the rest of your life if you wanted to be.
Is there anything that you can do?
Works for some, not for others.
To mitigate or help reduce hunger?
Yes, anorectic drugs.
Keto, you can't.
Apart from those,
there's a bunch of stuff. Eating a diet higher in protein tends to work well. Not going a very long time without food until you're psychotically hungry. You show up to Whole Foods to buy your groceries for that day or a few days, and you're like, you ate 2 hours ago, you'll buy all the stuff you need.
Let's go, Chris.
You go to Whole Foods after 6 hours not eating, you're going right to the vegan junk food section and putting whatever the fuck in your cart. So a meal schedule is a really good thing. Having a diet high in fibrous vegetables.
Don't shop when you're hungry.
Foods, tons of veggies, tons of fruits. Reducing the overall palatability. I don't mean eating total shit like space gruel. Then you go to space jail to give you the gruel. And the slug always wants more, but you're like, fuck, take mine. This is awful. Hopefully he's not your roommate, you know, but your jail celly, right? And so sometimes just not trying to make your food taste the best it's ever going to taste. Because some people do this, and this is really common. They'll go, okay, I'm on a diet. I know my macros. I know my calories. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take these minimal macros I have in this meal. I'm going to try to make it taste as good as possible. I can't use mayo, but I'm going to sprinkle all this fucking shit on it. That meal just leaves you really hungry afterwards. You look forward to eating it so much, it screws up your day entirely. So
it's kind of counterintuitive.
Very Chris, it's not kind of counterintuitive. It's completely counterintuitive. Your intuition is literally designed for an ancestral evolutionary environment where like tasty shit is a good thing to eat because you're going to die. Nothing in this world that the ancestral peoples from whom we evolved had ever fucks with a double cheeseburger from McDonald's. Paradise. It doesn't taste like anything they've ever seen because it's engineered to be the best tasting thing anyone's ever tried. It's an unstoppable thing. You ever see those like survival wilderness shows where they kill an animal and they like throw it on the grill and they're like, yep, tastes pretty good. No, it doesn't. You don't have salt on it. You're out of your mind. You can only eat grilled meat for so long until like, is there anything else? So ultra super tasty food, back away from it a little bit. Another one is make sure you're nice and hydrated, have a little bit of fluid before you start a meal, and it fills up your stomach a bit. It's a huge hack. It can help some people a little bit. Another one is if you tell yourself, look, I'm at a party and I'm going to be eating normal people food. Try to fill up on proteins and veggies first, and then maybe have a cookie or two. But if you go fucking right for the cookies, you know,
game over.
I mean, yeah, sure. Well, it depends on what game you're playing. If your gold coins are calories, shit, you just broke all the level records, right? So stuff like that, these kinds of pieces of advice, they're not revolutionary, but when you're hungry and you're dieting, all of them can help to a considerable degree.
I like the sort of strategic tactical stuff because those are the things I think that people keep in the back of their mind, and also they're small behaviors that you anchor your new sense of identity to.
Yes.
Don't forget, I've got to have I must drink my 300 milliliters of water before I sit down to have this meal. Why am I doing this? It's the same reason I have a book of poems, Tim Burton's The Melancholy Death of Oyster Boy. And it sits on the desk next to where I record my podcast.
Okay.
And just by having that there, it was given to me by my speech coach, and I read a couple of poems before I start the episode because it's whimsical and it's good for vocal diction and precision and stuff like that. But the main reason is that is a physical representation of I care about precision in speech. And by having it there, every time that I go into the room, I go, I must remember to be precise when I speak.
Yes. When you're at a business dinner and everyone's ordering lobster bisque dipped in French fries or some shit, you're like, hey, like, what does your filet look like? Can I get some grilled veggies to the table? Because you give a shit and you have that plan. And eventually you combine giving a shit with having a plan for at least a few weeks. You have habits. You do that another few weeks. You have the beginning of not identity with a capital I, but a lowercase I. I'm a person who gives a shit about my health. I care about what goes into my body. And here's the thing. One of the funny pieces of feedback I get every now and again from like business people and stuff is like, well, you know, I do a lot of client dinners. And I'm like, yes. Like, well, you know, like I'm drinking alcohol, I'm eating all this stuff. I'm like, if you tell the CEO of NVIDIA, who's sitting across from a business dinner, he's like, are you going to have any of the crazy fries or whatever? You're like, actually, I'm trying to clean up my weight and stuff like that. I'm just going to order a steak and have some veggies. There's no way Jensen Huang is going to be like, pathetic. Guys, clean this up. We're not doing a deal with this guy. Unreal. Take your data center and shove it. And he walks off. He's going to be like, Amazing. Good for you. You don't
the
mind.
sort of man that I want to be in business with.
Like, at the very least, it's neutral. If it's a negative, you don't want to be in business with that
that's
person.
not the sort of person.
But it's usually like a cool positive. Now, usually I like to say like, but please order anything you want. Temptation's not a factor because most people be like, oh God, I was going to get the pizza, but I don't want to make you, and they'll do that because they're super
His
nice.
diet is not my diet somehow.
Exactly. They start feeling guilty. You don't want that kind of energy. So be like, hey, like you guys order whatever you want. I'm just going to do me. I promise I'm having fun. And you say it in a way that hopefully convinces
Looks like you're having fun. That's great. Is there anything else that we haven't spoken about from a strategic hack tactical style perspective?
Lots of good info in this one, dude.
If I actually rely on that quite a lot. I like that idea of if you're having dinner with somebody else and say, I'm on a diet at the moment, working quite hard at this. I'm going to get myself some meat and veggies, but you're free to get whatever you'd like. Temptation may show on my face, but don't worry, you're not going to break me type thing. Like that's a charming way to go about delivering a diet.
Yes.
The water beforehand, I think, is great. Yes. Actually dialing back the tastiness of your meals and continuing to push that. Is there anything else from the toolkit that we haven't touched on?
There's tons of other stuff, but one thing that I would bring attention to that's really helpful, and this happens with time, is have an arsenal of ideas about what to eat. You don't want to go to the grocery store balls deep into a diet or a business dinner balls deep into a diet and look at either the groceries in front of you, the aisles and aisles, or the menu as like a child looks at something for the first time, because you're just going to end up ordering chicken nuggets or just buying pounds of cheese sauce and drinking it in the back and crying. My last Tuesday, my coach Jared knows about this. It was a rough conversation. You want to have go-tos. When I go to the store, I know where the veggies are. I know where the lean meats are. I know where the grains are. I know what I'm buying. My wife and I, when we go to the store, we go with a shopping list, mostly because we're the kind of anal people that don't do anything without a list. But also, on a hardcore diet, we know what we're getting.
I guess online shopping for this would be the ultimate hack.
Amazon just sends you all the shit you need and none of the shit that you don't. The grocery store stuff, because man, the shit looks so good. Our Kroger in our city in which we live has precisely 3 full separate American mega size aisles just of chips. Menno Henselman's was visiting me.
Whole Foods is dangerous, dude.
I was like, you got to see this. He's like, man, he sees it. He's
Whole
like,
Foods in South Florida. Oh my goodness, so, like, could not go there hungry.
Plan and I'm starving. It's
game
over. You go to a restaurant, it's over. One of our RP coaches, Dr. Jen Case, she has a whole list of how to read restaurant foods. And if it's like breaded, glazed, blah, blah, she's like, stay away from this, stay, broiled, baked, etc. If you go to a restaurant, you can even go so far as
Trader Joe's,
and I'd be like, what would I choose? If you go to Japanese food, sashimi is good, teriyaki is good, maybe the ponzu mayo super roll isn't the best. If you show up in a normal state of you're just living your best life to a restaurant, it's a beautiful life thing to just look at a menu and being like, what are we having? You're on a mission when you're on a diet. Don't forget that. You show up, you're looking for specific things. And that's a big tip, because if you show up and go, oh, I wonder what I should eat. Man, you might order some good stuff. You might not.
Yeah, I've been surprised by how many restaurants will let you kind of just go off-piste.
It's the best, Tokyo.
Well, I don't actually see this on here, but is it possible to get that without the other thing on that? And can we sub such and such for such and such?
There are 2 things to say about that. One is oftentimes the better the restaurant, the more likely they are to accommodate. And some people are like, well, I'm going to a Michelin star place. Those people will do whatever the fuck you tell them. They'll be like, oh yeah, that guy like owns NVIDIA. Don't modify the caviar. Like, give him whatever the hell he wants. The other thing is, real chefs look at contest bodybuilding food or diet food and they laugh at how easy it is to make. This is not.
You've just made his job half as hard.
God, he's not interested in making that super Alfredo carbonara for the 50th time that day. Sure, he likes it. But you're like, hey, like, no sauce, just noodles, some grilled chicken. He's like, did I get this right? You're like, He's like, done. No problem. Yeah. So oftentimes you're not inconveniencing people. Another thing is choosing restaurants to go to that are conducive to selection. Subway, burrito places like Chipotle. You can make a bowl or a sandwich with mostly just meats and veggies and a little bit of rice and beans, and you're fucking golden. They ask you, do you want the cheese sauce? You don't have to say yes. Versus if you go to like McDonald's, yeah, there's a grilled chicken sandwich, but like there's just not a lot of mix and match and make your own good stuff. So even the places you go out to eat, another one is like a lot of people in California have those like, what's it called, like fast casual Asian dining, like broiler, with flame broiler, Panda Express. A lot of those have like just grilled meats and rice and veggies. Yeah, they got other tastier shit, but if you know they have that, you know what you want, you got a plan, you show up, you get it done, you eat it in the corner, you cry yourself back to your car, and then you're lean.
What about people who have
okay, so it makes sense. I didn't think of it, but it makes sense.
A diet, and they're used to finishing off a meal with something that's a little bit of a treat. What would you say to those people? What are some of the hacks that people who have a sweet tooth can use to keep satiated during a fat loss?
A lot of sweet tooth questions today.
One of your recent guests, Menno Henselmans, just shared an excellent study. Artificial sweetened beverages beat water in a weight loss trial. So that means if you have a diet Sprite or 5, sweet tooth problem solved. All of your food comes from irregular food. You have a couple Sprites with the meal or after.
That's crazy.
Golden. Mission accomplished. So artificial sweeteners, or as they're technically called, non-nutritive sweeteners, because some of them are natural, like stevia. Stevia is just like a guy named Steve at the office. We want to know, but not know, you know? And there's monk fruit and other stuff that's totally fine, very low calorie or no calorie. So non-nutritive sweeteners, those are totally great. They're safe, they're effective, they're awesome. No, on aggregate, they don't fuck up your gut microbiome. The people who don't like artificial sweeteners at this point is just the argument from nature fallacy, or aka the naturalistic fallacy, just writ large. Like, you are an example. There's a picture of your face in the dictionary by that shit at this point. It's just a done deal. So it's totally fine to have those in very high amounts. The testing limits are just absurd. Like, you can feed rats half their body weight in aspartame, and they're like, I still got it, baby. So they talk, though. That's kind of weird.
Is there anything else?
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
There are many ways to make tasty things that are sweet that aren't insanely high in calories. You can plan your diet. One of them is fresh fruit. I mean, fresh fruit, peaches, apples, pears, berries. You can have a bunch of them and realize, like, oh my God, I actually need double this to get my carbs for the day, or just a handful of berries after a meal if you put it on the food scale. It takes care of the sweet tooth, and it's awesome. Now, look, I'm all about, like, giving people real talk science shit, trying to motivate a little bit, but I'm not ever going to bullshit anyone, or at least try. Are the fucking handful of berries going to taste like fudge brownie? Fuck no, they're not. Man, nothing beats real ice cream. I will say, though, 2 companies come to mind. Enlightened Ice Cream and Halo Top. Enlightened was actually started by a friend of Mr. Nick Shaw and I's. He's great. Halo Top, I know no human at that place, but I eat Halo Top ice cream all the damn time because it's like a third of the typical calories of like a Ben & Jerry's pint. And when you're deep into a fat loss diet, that shit tastes good.
Yeah.
And it used to taste not so great. They're getting real good at their shit.
Have you tried Legendary Foods? Have you tried that? They do sort of protein pastries, cinnamon rolls.
Their pastries are great.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, here's my big thing. If you're expecting diet foods to taste like real foods, stop. They're not gonna. But if you expect them to taste like some kind of chemical, artificial, the aliens in the simulation are like, this is real food, and you're like, bullshit, I can taste the difference. If you expect it to taste like that, it's actually quite good nowadays. And here's another thing. If it tastes too icky, you don't really have a sweet tooth, mother. Just skip it and eat your normal food. If you're hungry enough, that will taste amazing. Give that a try.
Yeah, I think anything that's got 20 grams of protein in and resembles a cinnamon roll and tastes pretty nice, and you can put it in the microwave for 15 seconds, it's a fucking game changer. I've been really, really impressed with what they've done. It's the absolute wizardry of some kind that they've done to make 20 grams of protein and 4 net grams of carbs. Go fuck yourself.
I don't know what's in it, and I don't want to know. I know it's going in my mouth.
Yes. Like everything.
Most things. Male things. Huh? I have a wife. Diet transitions and diet breaks. Can we cover that?
Yes.
Or am I skipping ahead
to
something?
No. Let's go now.
Dieting is dope. Constricting your caloric intake to generate a deficit is the critical way in which you transform your body. But as I said earlier, the vast fraction of people that do diets regain the weight because there's no diet afterwards. After you're done dieting, You have to prepare for the fact that as soon as the diet is over, the next day, your body is still screaming at you that you're starving to death. It's not like finishing a marathon and you get your gold medal and you're like, we're done. And the next day you just go to work. Your body has a memory and it hates you. That
like
clip
an
you compare with
abused
anything.
child.
That's right. He'll remember even when he's older.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is understand that the diet doesn't end when the diet ends. The diet ends when you have finished the weight loss phase and slowly reintegrated back into maintenance. A few weeks later, maybe a few months later, if the diet was hardcore enough, you'll
What's up,
feel
Mario?
normal again. So what does that mean practically? After your diet is over, you already have a
Get
rough
started
idea
tomorrow,
what your
Ring.
maintenance intake is. Go back up that next week to your maintenance intake, but do it exclusively in the same kinds of foods that you had on the diet. You were eating brown rice and broccoli and chicken. That's an example meal you were eating. The day after the diet is not brownies with honey glaze on top. It's more chicken and rice and broccoli or whatever. You're going to gain a little bit of body water. Don't freak out. It'll come back down in a few days. Stay on that same diet. Can you have a cheat meal or two? Sure. Some people think it's great. Some people, their eyes get really big and they just want to keep cheating. So I would say save your cheat meal, your pizza with friends.
A ton, Mike.
For 2 to 3
I have mine
weeks
pretty
after.
dialed.
So what you have is you finish the diet, and then for 2 to 3 weeks, you eat at your new maintenance, which is way more food than you're eating at the diet, but it's still clean food, quote unquote. It's that healthy food. It's that low palatability food. After a few weeks, you are going to physically have a hard time eating that food. You're going to look at your 5th meal and you're going to be like, fuck this. Can someone eat this for me? Now you're not freaking out anymore. Your diet fatigue is way lower. And now, hey, shit, you can go with your friends to have pizza. You'll have 4 slices. It'll be baller. You don't want any more. You leave the next day, healthy food again, blah, blah, blah. And then you're back to having a few junky items a week. Everything in balance. You're golden. Keep weight training. Keep your activity nice and high. Keep most of your food nice and healthy. And if you get a little too heavy, dial back the junk. If you get a little too light, dial up the junk or eat more of that healthy food. Don't just fall off the face of the earth at the end of the diet and just go back to whatever. That's a big problem. And if you want to diet again to lose more fat, let's say you weigh 200 pounds, you get down to 185, but your real goal weight is like, you want to weigh 165. That's where you're going to look your best. For any given length of time you diet, say it's 12 weeks, at RP, based on our examination of the evidence and our working with hundreds and thousands of clients at this point, we've determined that something like 2/3 to 1 times the length of the previous diet is how long your maintenance phase or slow bulk should be after, if you want to get a little thicker. If not, just maintenance phase. So what does that mean? You dieted for 12 weeks. Your next 8 weeks should be a diligent attempt at maintenance, being aware of the fact that you could regain, eating tons of that healthy, not so great palatability food, and slowly threading in a bit more high palatability food. This is where desserts that are way outside what you would eat on a diet, but still way below what you would normally eat, come in really handy. For example,
Halo Top.
Halo Top is great. Legendary Foods is great. Another one is frozen yogurt. You go to do ice cream, bro, that fat level is just going to blow you out. But frozen yogurt, it's actually not a ton. It's plenty of calories, but not a ton. It fills you up a lot. Froyo is super dope in that after 2 or 3 weeks of healthy food, get some froyo.
No, that's a treat.
Amazing. Tons of fresh fruit mixed with regular yogurt, stuff like that goes a long way. 8 weeks later, if you feel good and you can honestly tell yourself, I can do another several months of dieting, I want to do it. Try that thought on for size. It fits. Do it. You could try that thought on for size and be like, pizza. Like if your brain's a GPT, you're like, hey, do I want to diet? And it just returns pizza. You're like, shit. Then just maintain for longer until the diet fatigue drops. A huge problem people run into is 2 things. One, they'll finish the diet and they'll just jump off a cliff and eat pizza on the way down and then they get fat. And the other one is they'll maintain working diligently, I didn't mean the scare quotes, for a few weeks, and they'd be like, I feel pretty good. Time for another hardcore diet. They do 3 weeks of that. They try to eat their own hand. They fall off the wagon and regain all the weight. So dieting is a phasic process. It is by definition unsustainable. You diet down for 8 to 12 weeks, even 6 to 12 weeks, and there's no bonus points for 12. If you're getting kind of crazy at 9 weeks, stop the diet. Maintain for at least 6 weeks. Then diet for 7 or 8 weeks. Maintain for 6 to 8 weeks. You got some trips coming up. Keep maintaining for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Who cares? You already won. And then later you can take another stab at it. The idea that you have to try to lose all of your weight at once is a nonsense and is going to set you up for failure.
Dr. Mike Israetel, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, I appreciate you. It's very, very nice to have this evidence-based.
Legendary, dude. Legendary. Well, I'm grateful you guys wanted to hang out and watch that with me. I watched like the first 20 minutes before stream, and I was just like, we talk about this stuff all the time. I feel like a lot of you guys would enjoy it, so glad to see that you did. I'll be live. Is there any more questions or anything else that we want to talk about now before I end it? And so I'll be live tomorrow, probably around a similar time, probably around 10 a.m. I'll try to find another like maybe shorter podcast, maybe like an hour and a half tomorrow, like, or even tonight, and we can do kind of a similar thing. Where we'll play some solos and then get into some something like this after. Who is this guy? The two guys. Chris Williamson is this guy. Mike Israetel is the other guy. Heck yeah, Rapid. Perfect timing then. And hearing some of your guys' successes as well is awesome to see. I always love that. It fires me up. Carrie Ann, thank you for the 37 months, yo. Over 3 years. You're dope. Lan, as long as it's just your total... we had a little bit of a conversation. Definitely, Verb. I plan on it. We had a little bit of this conversation earlier where he was talking about... the timing of meals before bed, and he was saying the most important thing is that you're getting the most sleep. It doesn't necessarily matter too much on the type of calories that you're getting before you go to bed. I would try to stay away from simple sugars before you go to, like right before you go to bed. For me, I've found like an hour to an hour and a half is the sweet spot of eating, even though 2 hours is technically optimal, where you'll get the most out of your deep REM sleep within that first hour of falling asleep. But as long as you get the best possible sleep, that's hands down the most important thing as far as the timing of your food. So if you can't fall asleep on an empty stomach and you need to eat something before you go to bed, don't sit there and lay in bed for 3 hours and be like, man, I'm starving, but I can't eat because then I won't get my optimal deep REM sleep within the first hour of going to bed. Screw that. Eat something that is satiating. Could be like even chicken breast with seasoned how you like, with some veggies and maybe a little bit of fruit, right? And feel good after it. Go to bed and sleep like a baby. That is way, way, way more important than stressing about it and losing sleep over it. So don't feel guilty. Just make sure that your overall total calories in the day are where they should be and fit that in, plan that in. Don't sacrifice sleep for it. CF Rapid, think of it the 26 months. You're dope, man. Much love to you. Casein shakes are great. Yeah, when I was bodybuilding, I would have casein shakes. I was so into it in the bodybuilding days. I would have a casein shake before I went to bed, wake up in the middle of the night, and eat cottage cheese, and then go back to bed. So I've been there, dude. Like, set an alarm for 3 a.m., wake up, and scarf down cottage cheese, and then go back to bed on a bulk. Heck yeah, Kev. Let's go, Benny. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, guess what, dogs? Broncos and Saints tonight. Let's get it. Broncos and Saints. I'm pretty stoked about that. I forgot about Thursday Night Football. Heck yeah. Let's raid noobs. Just cuz. Yeah, I mean, sleep's the most important thing. Okay, there we go. So I plan on being live tomorrow morning at around like 10 a.m. or so. And like I said, we'll get after it. Prediction: I'm gonna go Saints. I think Alvin Kamara is just gonna be too much. How much stronger have I been with bodybuilding compared to now? Not much. I don't even think I'm much more functionally strong now than when I was bodybuilding. Much more. I could squat more when I was bodybuilding. I also weighed 40 pounds more. I could probably bench a little bit more. Maybe like the isolation type movements, I was a little bit stronger, but I couldn't run. Now I can run for a long, long time. And I can sprint. I can jump. I'm much more coordinated. So I'm a much better athlete now and nearly as strong. But anyways, go say hi to noobs. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I appreciate everybody for hanging out on this podcast. We'll do another one tomorrow, most likely. You guys are dope. Peace, homies.